industry partners include, you would see on your program, we have the CEO of Mata Pruvium Holdings, and thank you so much. We're going to have an address by her, together with by Ms. Mapula Lesilane, together with a panel discussion where she's going to be a part. Welcome to Dr. Cynthia Motsi, representing the ARC, Agricultural Research Council. The university has been in partnerships with many of the science councils in the country, including the ARC, so we'd like to welcome them today as part of the program. Other relationships include with the WRC, Water Research Council, CSIR, the HSRC, Human Science Research Council, the South African Medical Research Council. So we're glad to be partnering with them on many initiatives. Welcome to all members of the media, different houses that are represented here today. We rely on you to spread the good word of what the university is doing in the innovation space and the commercialization space. And we welcome you and thank you for your presence as well. And I'm reaching the end. So there are a number of internal stakeholders, and that I have acknowledged already, the executive management and management members. But I'd also like to say welcome to Prof. Selepe. She is representing the research office, who also works in the space, because we work from research to commercialization. And many of the innovations that start there result in commercialization. We have other divisions represented here today, and assisting us very closely is our marketing and communication team. So welcome to the team and thank you for all your efforts. Now, very importantly, I'd like to move and welcome our movers on the ground. These are the people that our industry partners want to work with on a long-term basis, and I'd like to welcome them, and I'd also like them to thank them for contributing to today's event. Prof. Mashela, Dr. Ndladla, Dr. Tibela, Mr. Ramoba. You're going to hear about him, from him about beer brewing, which will interest us all. Prof. Modibane is also part of our group, so welcome to our team on the ground who are presenting today. Finally, Mr. Libelo, if you can stand up and take a bow. I just want to say this is our manager of the Tech Transfer Office. He's got a team of people all around you. He is going to speak later, and I'm sure he's going to tell you how the team is composed. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Libelo and the team for organizing the day today. And they're really entering into the innovation space, and I'm not going to steal his limelight. He's going to speak about our digital hub that we're working on, and he's so excited, and I'm sure if you've seen in the media, he's been using that to advertise this event as well, so I'll leave him to that. And finally, I really want to acknowledge today the unwavering support that the university receives from the University of Limpopo Council. Some of the programs I have described today, for example, the cathode materials project, or the plant at Mbombela, the tech transfer office, its initiation. We have received support from the council in terms of sustainability. Initially, we've had funding from government and other agencies to start these initiatives. But our council has put, a lot of funding and effort and resources into sustaining these. So I'd just like to acknowledge them together with the Vice Chancellor and the team of the university. So I am done with the welcome and the welcoming address. And I'd like to say to all of you, those of you who are invited guests, those of you part of the university team, our team from the University of Limpopo, welcome to the event. It's exciting. I had a look at the program and all the different presenters. So we're looking forward to us really becoming commercial partners to all our industry partners here. There's a few initiatives that Mr. Libelo will speak about where we have patents, and we are close to partnering with the industry to take this and extend the value chain right through from start to finish, where we do R&D at the university right up to the point where somebody opens up a business and makes a profit from that, creates jobs, changes the livelihoods of people around us. So thank you, everyone, and have a great day with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. You can tell she's a doctor, professor, very diplomatic. She mentioned all of you invited guests and more. It's talking to all of you that didn't RSVP but are here. You know your stuff. And Televilo, please come and address. I cannot say any further because the Prof had already mentioned so much. A round of applause to Tabo.
When your boss has spoken, what else can you say? And you have to limit what you say because you might get a salary cut. But without saying a lot of things, to all of you who are here, sons and daughters of the soil of Africa, I welcome you to this occasion and hope that, through our engagements, we would find, as the motto of the university states, finding solutions for Africa. I've been in this space for quite a long time. I've been in this space when Brian was still at CSIR, back in the days. We were the first cohort to start an entity called NIPMO, which Prof was talking about, which is the National Intellectual Property Management Office. Back in the days, 2011, if I'm precise. Back then, I was the deputy director, IP specialist within the NIPMO offices. And looking back in terms of what we've achieved as a country, as a government, back then until now, a lot has been achieved. I remember 2011 down there, we went across nations and trying to set up a program of whereby we can start having examiners for patents. We went to Japan, we went to Germany, trying to forge relations with those countries. And today I can safely say that in the Department of Trade and Industry, we are having patent searchers as we try to move towards a patent examination in this country. And that's something that is very precious because we cannot have a country like ours rich in terms of knowledge created from universities and other science councils, but not knowing precisely that what we have is it novel, And that initiative of trying to set up or having patent examiners in South Africa will tell us that, whatever that comes from our universities and science councils is novel to the point that it is new across the world, and we are the first to create that. And with doing that, we can then commercialize, knowing that we are the only ones who have this knowledge. And that is the basis of today's, setup and event. As a technology transfer office, we are the custodians of trying to ensure that knowledge generated within any institution of higher learning is transferred into society to solve problems that are there in society. And that is the essence. But we cannot do that as a university. University has its limits. You do research, you teach, you do training, and you do also other educational things. But in terms of commercialization, the university does not have that capacity, or did not have that capacity in the past. But because of the IPR Act, universities today are mandated to also have a component of commercializing whatever outputs that come from their R&D activities. And that's where we sit as the TTO within the University of Limpopo. And we cannot do that in isolation. We need everyone who's here. We need particularly industry. In our ventures across the world, in my travels, in Japan for one, in South Africa it's good, we have the IPR Act. But when you look at how the Japanese system works, it's quite different from many countries. Because in Japan, there's legislation that forces industry to engage with universities and ensure that they ask universities to conduct research for them. In our country, it's, if you are a good university, industry might come to you. And maybe the narrative must change. Maybe government somehow must also put its foot down and say, we need industry to engage with universities and tell its needs to universities so universities can conduct that research for them, and that will go that will give universities, a lifespan of some sort, or, in terms of contract research, because that's where we are looking at. If you can attract contract research within the university setup, that will boost your research capacity. That will boost the capacity of researchers that you can attract into that university. And the essence of what we are trying to do here is to create that. We're in a province, for example, which is Limpopo, which is, it has abundance of resources. Mining, you can call it. You go into biodiversity, you look at the Vembe biodiversity belt. You look at other resources that we have here. Tourism, for example, we have the Kruger. You can enter in one point of the Kruger and get out into the next province or into the next country. And that's the beauty of this country. But we also have brilliant minds that come from this province. And it's about time that those brilliant minds, whatever that they are working on, can go out there and become solutions to Africa's problems. I don't want to talk a lot, but I hope you enjoy this event, and maybe what Prof. Singh was talking about, that, in the University of Limpopo, we are doing something that is quite unique as opposed to all of the other TTOs in the country. We've incorporated within the Technology Transfer Office a digital hub. And the main aim of the digital hub is to try to solve one of the country's biggest problems and challenges currently, which is unemployment, and particularly unemployment of our youth. And combining the set of skills that my team in the TTO have and the skills that the team in the digital hub have, we are thinking that, we'll be creating lots of jobs in the future, digitally that is, and other sectors as well. And we are partnering with a lot of stakeholders, municipalities, government entities, the likes of TIA and others, to ensure that a child from Mamtintana in Mankweng can be able to do computer coding and start developing apps from that humble beginnings of Mamtintana. We want to see a child from Hamakanya being able to create or develop a gaming program, and we should see our kids playing games like esports, for example, and being champions. And in August, we'll be having our first gaming competition within the University of Limpopo, and trying to nurture that element of saying, we want to create a better future for our kids that some of us never had. And technology is the way to go. So without saying a lot of things, I'll give to Mr. Katuchero to direct, and enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thabo is amongst the most best dressed people I know. And those things that he's got there, they change every day. So Thabo, you're doing well, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I am really appreciative of Jimmy and this other gentleman here that will constantly disturb me the whole day. Mara, I'm just taking this opportunity for me to look good. Please take a picture. This is a new suit. Just saying. I'm looking good, ne? Thank you. So my brother, who's also a pastor, Lena, the other day he asks, then I just knew he's old. I've always known Edwin is old, but now I knew he's extremely old because it looks good. Well, my wife told me. This is the last time I speak about my wife anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to waste a lot of time. We need to catch up. Musa Silepe to come through. He's in the research, he's more of a research developer, but in the Department of Research, Administration and Development of the University of Limpopo. For him to come and take his 10 minutes and give us all the nitty-gritties about what's going on and what kind of niches are they working on as Limpopo. He's going to give us an overview of the UL research niche areas. I would just ask you that sometimes it's good for people not to feel awkward as they are walking here. Just give them a round of applause, because today it's somebody else, next time it's going to be you, and you're going to be walking in silence, like the walk of shame. So let's make it a walk of grace and heroism. Professor Silepe, just carry her. You can see her. Yeah. Thank you, madam. Please come through. And now Jimmy is going to teach us. Thank you, Prof. This is it for you. I'm going to adjust here because I think our heights are the same.
Thank you so much. Let me see first. Okay. I need to put it in a slide. It's fine like that. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Program Director, and I hope visible because I'm very tall, as you can see. Okay, I'll be presenting on the niche areas that are available in the university. And firstly, just to give you a background of the niche area, is that the niche area, the research and innovation in UL is motivated by an approach of gearing research towards institutional approved niche areas. So the institutional niche areas promote innovative research for the economic development of a country and also to enjoy the international recognition. The niche areas are informed by the strength of the university, meaning we're checking at the strong points that the university have to be able to form these niche areas. So also in the areas likely to make the strongest contribution by strategic imperatives, provincial and national priorities, and also a need to support the multidisciplinary approach to research and innovation, because then it will be involving a lot of people in that. And the niche areas have a well-defined themes. They move through the development trajectory and are expected to develop, so meaning they have to grow bigger. They can become centers, chairs, and institutional centers over time. Research, technology, and innovation efforts and resources of UL is concentrated on the UL niche areas. And these niche areas promote training for masters, doctoral students, and also include communities in the surrounding areas. Then I'm going to be talking about the different niche areas that we have in the university. In no particular order, we have computational modeling of materials, which is led by Professor Putimwepe, who is a C1 NRF rated researcher, also a DST NRF Psyche Research Chair. And then in this niche area, what they deal with is the incorporation of high performance computing and its applied thematic areas such as mineral processing, energy storage, and alloy development. Then we also have the green technologies, which is led by Professor Patu Mashele, who's a C1 rated researcher and a landmark research chair in agriculture. What they do is that they concentrate on high throughput automation and imaging systems for the rapid development and new crop varieties for use in research and development of products intended for climate change and in agriculture, also where inland temperatures are expected to rise. So the next one that we have is the aquatic ecosystem health or Limpopo health, river health systems, which is led by Professor Wellman Louis Powell, who is C3 rated and is a DST NRF Psyche Research Chair. What's happened in this one is that physical and chemical properties of the water are tested to establish a correlation between the health assessment index and the contamination or pollution levels of the selected sampling sites. What happens is that the HAI of fresh water, which is the health assessment index of freshwater fishes, includes the study of all organic, all organs and tissues of fish and deformities or abnormalities. Then the next one is on women health, led by Professor Motiba, who is also C3 rated. This is a platform to train postgraduate students in the field of women's health. Training of health professionals on various aspects of health of women, and starting from adolescents in order to achieve good maternal outcomes. And as we know that there are a lot of problems, especially when it comes to the maternal health, especially in our rural areas. So this niche area is there to assist in that, and it is also meant to empower communities by creating correct messages and educational materials about contraceptives in order to minimize the scourge of teenage pregnancy and HIV infection, and which we know is a very big problem in our country. So we need professional people who will be able to convey the correct messages to the communities. With the next niche area, which is mental health, led by Professor Toleni Sori, who is C2 rated and is also a Psyche of UL, NRF, and South African Medical Research Council Research Chair. In this niche area, the position of this area positioned the University of Limpopo as a center of research on mental health, with particular emphasis on rural mental health. Rural because the University of Limpopo is based in the rural areas. And here they create a platform to train young professionals or researchers from different faculties who are interested in the field of mental health, and also create opportunities to train doctoral, master's, and honor students from all the faculties in the university. Provide the university with a unique opportunity to forge links between the neighboring countries and also the international universities. And the next one is the schools as enabling environment, which is a very new niche area, led by Professor Temani Mahlapahlapana Temani, who is C3 rated, and also a Psyche UL NRF Research Chair. They focus in improving how schools as institutions and learning can function or perform, and also they mentor the early career researchers and implementing interventions in schools to address the problem through instructional leadership, curriculum support, safety and security, inclusive education, and psychosocial matters. We've got other ones which include the Indigenous knowledge systems led by Prof. Khabu Mokhanedi. This composes 3 thematic research areas, namely the Indigenous epistemologies, language and paradigms, agriculture and health, Indigenous medicine, Indigenous foods and food security. What happens here, the researchers span the 3 faculties, meaning it includes 3 faculties, namely Faculty of Humanities, Science and Agriculture, and also the Faculty of Health Sciences. They have aligned with an environmental sustainability and integrated and inclusive rural economy, improving education, training and innovation, promoting health, social protection, building safer communities, and also fighting corruption as well as transforming the society. The next one is about complementary and alternative medicine, which is led by 2 professors, which is Professor Peter Masuku, who is C2 rated, and also Professor Winston Mmalo. It's based on traditional knowledge from users of plants for treatment of a variety of diseases. The researchers investigate the biological activities of organic and aqueous extracts of plants. The focus is on finding antimicrobial, antiviral, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and anti-diabetic compounds from the plants. The broad aim is to scientifically prove the efficacy claims for the medicinal plants, which we know most people use. So it's better to have somebody with knowledge to assist that. So they identify the active compounds and advise on the potential for development of cheap alternative medicinal formulations. Masters and doctoral students, as well as traditional leaders, are part of this niche area. The last one is about climate change and sustainability. And this one is driven by Professor Kingsley Ayesi. It aims to address climate change and sustainability issues affecting the local community and the society at large through participatory action research. Here they conduct research on global climate change and sustainability issues to redress and address the impacts of relation to social, environmental, and economic performances locally, regionally, and also nationally. Combine existing expertise from different disciplines to address climate change and sustainability issues affecting the business. Resource efficiency, gender and sustainability, social adaptation, law and policy, and also modeling. That develops postgraduate students whose studies focuses on addressing local and regional climate and sustainability challenges such as water and food security, which we know is a very big problem in our country. So for the effect of women and children, who are the most vulnerable groups. They also encourage interdisciplinary research for masters and doctoral students in climate change and sustainability related issues. It involves local community through direct engagement to assist in alleviating social, environmental, and economic problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Slepe. We really appreciate you. It's actually hard to believe how much is being done at University of Limpopo, because rona e re feta re do ba batho ba o ya Moria generally. You never know what they're doing out there. Let me tell you, it's not because I want you guys to look at me. It's because van disturb. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Prof. Silepe. We really appreciate the work that is being done at UL. It's quite an interesting thing of realizing how much we can still be able to do. The whole purpose of this session today is really to expose and showcase the best of what's going on in our academic institutions, and also begin to say there is a need for us to bridge the gap between all those things that a lot of entrepreneurs and big business people do not understand, and get it to be to a level that people that are interested in making money can get to understand. Because that is where the challenge is. Once you start saying psycho, what, and you introduce yourself as doctor and professor, we get lost. We're like, well, so it becomes a challenge. But if we get there and you say, for example, when I met Utabo, he's like, Rona, we expose technologies. We help them to get to the market. Simple. The only thing is when you have to give us the introduction lead prefixes. It's a challenge. And I see a friend of mine, Dr. Betha is here. She keeps on saying, Katuwela skolo. Hey, kemathat. Because I think it's Chavi skolo. You do about it, but it's at the doctor, it's like, oh, let me leave Sepedi and stick to English, because I've got friends that are watching from Zambia. friends of University of Limpopo that are watching from Zimbabwe, and some that are watching from Malawi. You've done well, Thabo. Look at your life. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now gonna call upon a. I also know that there's a colleague who's watching from the Kingdom of Eswatini. So, namogelekile mhlekazi nina abantu abanabafati abaningi. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. We're gonna call upon Sister Chimangadzo Munyai. She's the Deputy Director of IP at NIPMO, the National Intellectual Property Management Organization. A round of applause for Miss Chimangadzo. At least I'm not threatened. Me and you, my sister, we are the same level, just not the same prefixes. I'm not Miss. Well done. Thank you. I saw you. You didn't clap for her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chimangadzo Munyai. As I've already been introduced, I'm from the National Intellectual Property Management Office, which is the special service delivery unit of the Department of Science and Innovation. Today, I've been asked to talk to you about a little bit of what is IP and what is intellectual property rights. Yeah, I'm too tall and this thing is too, I can't, yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna talk to you about what is intellectual property and what is intellectual property rights. I'm gonna touch on the IPR Act, and I'm gonna end with a little bit of the results that we got from IP and TT survey. So intellectual property is the creation of the mind, and it is divided into two categories, which is industrial property and copyright. Industrial property includes inventions, designs, plant varieties, and marks or logos. And the copyright is such as it's things like literary works, music, films, as well as computer programs. So intellectual property rights are the rights given to the person over their creation of the mind. If you create an invention, you're gonna be protected by a patent. And then if you create a new variety, you're gonna be protected by a plant breeder's right. So if you have a mark, for example, a tick for Nike, the colors for KFC and the pictures on the KFC logos, it's protected by the trademark. So I have chosen this picture because it shows that you can get different IP rights in a cup of tea. In a cup of tea, you can find almost every right, every protection, every IP protection. So the look of the cup as you're looking at it, and the feel of the coffee products, such as the cup, the packagings that are there, can be protected through designs. And then the trademark, just as I've said, the marks, how you identify yourself, maybe with drawings, with logos and different colors on your marketing materials, can be protected by the trademark. So what trademark does, it gives the consumer confidence in what they are buying. Like when you're buying Nike, you know what it is associated with it. Some people think, they would say it's quality. And then it also allows the producers of the tea to stand out. So you know when you get to the shop and then you want rooibos, you want Glen tea, you know how Glen tea looks like, and then you expect a certain taste from that tea that you're buying. You can also get geographical indicators. Geographical indicators is normally associated with the special qualities and flavors linked to a certain geographical indicators. For example, like rooibos, it is planted in Cape Town in a specific place, and then so even when you taste it, you know that this one is different because it's from this place. And then somebody else who stays somewhere else cannot use it because they are not planting where rooibos is planted. Like there was a case where someone wanted to use it outside the country, and then we won the case because they did not, because the rooibos is planted in our country. And then trade secret protects, maybe if the recipe of the tea is kept secret, as long as you keep it secret, it's protected by trade secret. And then also you can find patent on a cup of tea, on the things that you use to make tea, like kettles, filtering solutions. Those can be protected by patent. And then you can also find copyright there. The books that talks about tea can be protected by copyright. It doesn't have to be registered. It's protected automatically. So I'm gonna touch on the IPR Act. So our policy evolution started in 1996 when we, with the Science and Technology White Paper, which led to the technology foresight studies in 2000. And in 2002, we came up with research and development strategy. In 2007, the OECD was commissioned to conduct a review. During this research that we were doing, it was, we identified that there is a need to have an act that regulates publicly funded research and IPs that are emanating from publicly funded research and development, because government was investing money on research, but we couldn't see the impact or know what is happening with the research that we are funding. And then also, we also identified that there is a need to have an agency that will help with the commercialization of the IP. That is when we developed an act called Technology Innovation Agency Act. And then in 2008, that we developed a 10-year innovation plan. During this period, that's when the IPR Act was enacted, but it could not start to operate because we didn't have the regulations. So in 2010, that's when the regulations were promulgated. And then in 2010, both the TIA, Technology Innovation Agency, and NIPMO were born. In 2013, the National Development Plan was developed, and then the last document that we have is the White Paper on Science and Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation. We are currently developing a decadal plan to implement what the White Paper has instructed us to do. So when the IPR Act came into operation, it brought key establishments, which is the establishment of the National Intellectual Property Management Office. This is the office that I'm coming from. It's the implementing office for the IPR Act. And then we also came, it also came with the implementation of the IP Fund. What the IP Fund does, it assists our institutions with IP protection and maintenance. What they do, they apply for protection, let's say for a patent protection, for example, let's just say in USA, they will pay for that protection. And then they will, after paying, they'll come back to us and claim for a rebate, and we pay at least up to 50% of what they've spent in the protection and maintenance. Maintenance happens when because protections have to be maintained every year, they need to pay a certain fee. So after paying that fee, they also come back to us and claim a rebate. And then another key establishment was the Office of the Technology of Transfer, the one that Thabo Libulo works at. So I'm going to talk into details on this Office of Technology Transfer later. So the purpose of the IPR Act is to provide for more effective utilization of IP from publicly funded research. They even list activities that falls within research and development, and then they deal with specific areas. For softwares, you might find that they have like 20 pages. And then for clinical trials, again, they have 20 pages to show that this part of clinical trial falls within research and development, and this doesn't fall in research and development. So if your IP was developed, but it was not part of research and development, for the IPR Act, ownership would be decided on contractually, and then this will result into government owning, local and international private companies owning the IP. Sometimes it wouldn't even necessarily benefit the taxpayers who are paying for the research. So when the IPR Act came into operation, it brought 3 different types of ownership. The first one is that the one who receives public funds and conduct research and development will own the IP. The second one is co-ownership. If there's a collaboration between an organization and the institution, and the research is conducted at an institution, and this the direct and indirect cost for conducting research and development, if they pay for like that, and then if we don't respond within 30 days, it means that the request has been approved, and then it is not unreasonably withheld. Our recipients knows that we work hand in hand together to make sure that at the end of the day, the IP is protected. These things are in place not to make life difficult, but to try to protect us as South Africans. The IP. So before the IPR Act, if, let's say, for example, like Corona, when Corona outbreak happened in 2020, if there was an IP, even on the internet there was a fight about compulsory licenses, and there was so many discussion about it. So if the government of South Africa wanted to use a certain IP that they have funded, they would have to go to court, apply to court, and get a right to have a compulsory. One of the objects that human ingenuity is rewarded. So when the IPR Act came into operation, before it came into operation, benefit sharing with IP creators was on a contractual basis. But when the IP came into operation, it introduced a certain minimum percentages that the IP creators should benefit from the revenue that their IP has generated. And then lastly, another change was the establishment of the Office of Technology of Transfers. Before the IPR Act, other institutions had OTTs, but others didn't. But when the IPR Act came into operation, it obligated institutions to have an Office of Technology Transfer to perform technology transfer functions. So we start by supporting them by paying for the people who work there, some of the people who work there, until they are stable, like Professor Singh has touched on that when they started, we supported them until they were stable enough to pay for their own human capacity. So in 2017, we decided to check the impact of the Act, and then we we conducted a national survey on IP and technology transfer for a period between 2008 and 2014. By that time, we had 33 institutions, 23 higher education institutions, and 10 science councils or Schedule 1 institutions, which is the list that we have on our act. Of their science councils, we have identified that they conduct research and development. We received and then the institutions were already 37 with the new edition of the higher learning institutions and 1 edition of the Science Council. So the result.
Well, the joys of load shedding. Now we have to fill the blank. Let me tell you, one of the things that we did when we set up this table was to try and get people from the same faculties, universities, institution not to sit with each other. So I'm going to give you a minute or so to just introduce yourself to each other in the table. If you are sitting with your colleague from your university, shame on you. So please just introduce each other so that you get to know each other. Sorry, Prof. Selepe and Prof. Umpimeds and Prof. Singh. I know you know each other, but it's fine. Can you just introduce each other? Because we are here to network so that there's not that silent, awkward.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, great stuff. Please
Yes.
go ahead now. If you've
I
got
hear
your,
you.
your video on, just switch it off so that we can get more bandwidth from you.
Can I proceed with the presentation? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. So what you see here is an example of acid mine water and pigment that can be recovered from the iron in the acid mine water. So was identified as desalination. need good quality water, and that was implemented by implementation of reverse osmosis plants at several places in Mpumalanga. And by 2020, the problem is identified as zero waste. Now with stricter legal system by through the following ways. In the case of limestone neutralization, as it was, we had to study the limestone on a large area, resulting in ponds of water accumulating on the percent. And we now only use clean water to slurry the limestone and not the slurry. Then in the case of neutralization, a huge improvement would be if we oxidize the iron 2 in the mine water, because the reaction with limestone is very fast. So this is 3. Then in the case of desalination, we studied biological sulfate removal and chemical.
Expensive metal that we've used to construct it. So it has problems. So we are working on a tunnel kiln again, and I decided to show you these photographs. These are preforms of gypsum and coal that we made. I showed you all the ones that are problematic because they look much more interesting than the regular ones that's actually right. The point is just that it's not simple, but we managed to do it. When converting sodium sulfate to sodium sulfide, one of the parts in the process is to strip hydrogen sulfide from a solution of sodium hydrogen sulfide. You end with mathematics of that, and the algebra is rather tricky. And what this graph shows is that you need about 30 to 40 equilibrium stages to achieve what you want to do. However, the point is you can do it. It is achievable. In law, to do that, there is a joint patent with the University of Limpopo. I can also mention on the conversion of sodium that is in the national stages of protecting. On the nano-sized precipitated calcium carbonate, the first photograph on the left-hand side, it actually looks the most attractive, beautiful cubic crystalline calcite. However, the size of these particles are about 1.5 micron, whereas we want it to be about 50 microns, 50 nanometers. Photographed on the right-hand side is what excites us, because these are actually agglomerates of very fine precipitated calcium carbonate in the form of baterite crystals. The point is really that we can produce it. So very shortly, that is what we have been working on. And for the sake of time, I spoke too quickly. Thank you very much.
Well done, well done, well done, Prof. You've done well. Wait.
Thank you.
How much do you need?
How much do I need?
Yes, sir.
Well, can I come and talk to you?
What do you need it for?
Well, you asked me what I need for.
What
well,
do you need that money that you're going to talk to me about? What do you need it for?
Well, the next steps of these processes is really to go to a piloting scale. And we're busy with preparing proposals to do that.
Okay, that's good. Have you identified a target market, target clients?
Yes, I didn't talk about that, but in the gypsum, Professor Jannie Marie has mentioned the acid mine drainage, but there's also gypsum. Our target market there is mostly Phosphor, who's pumping 2 million tons of gypsum into the sea every year. Worldwide, I think there's something like 200 billion tons of gypsum lying on dumps. It's really a huge international problem. Sodium sulfate is a waste product coming out of several industries. When you make rayon, and that ends up as a waste product. but also in the water treatment, in the rock process, you end up with sodium sulfate, and we want to convert it to sodium carbonate.
Okay.
With the nano-precipitated calcium carbonate, at specialty applications in the medical industry, but it's also used as a filler in plastics and in paper.
Prof, can I put you in a spot a bit here? And please feel free to split out if you can't. In 30 seconds, please tell me about your product, what it does. Just that, 30 seconds.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question well.
In 30 seconds, please tell me your product without going to the slides.
My product?
What you are doing, you've just presented. 30 seconds.
Well, my role is I'm a process architect. I design processes and develop processes. Is that answering the question?
Yes, you've done well. You've done well. And
Thank you.
Remember, what I'm trying to do is not to put anyone on a spot in a bad light, but just to highlight that there is a need for us to bridge the gap between the academia presentation-based, right, and the industry that requires to utilize what you've just done, what you've just presented, and the processes, and for them to understand this slightly quicker. I am really trying. This is why I'm standing here. And if I'm wrong, Professor Mboneni, sorry, Dr. Mboneni will redeem me. Please, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. A round of applause to you.
Thank you very much.
I've got your email. I'll reach out. One more.
Okay, thank you.
Please come and redeem me. And tell us your ideas, your thoughts as to how do we then bridge this gap that is clearly glaring, and which is why we are here, because we need to understand how do we bridge that gap between academia and industry. Professor Moape, yay! Guys, woohoo! He's the person that I've seen with the best suit, second to mine.
Thank you so much. And I have seen very of late that people get into trouble for accepting the titles that they don't deserve. And I need to categorically state that I'm not a professor, so that I don't want to see a big headline tomorrow saying that I have claimed that I'm a professor, and then there's investigations and this and that. So thanks very much, Program Director, and I really also want to thank the university for the invitation. And as Professor Singh have said, we really have this very exciting relationship with the university, which over the years we have really seen growing, not just in terms of the relationship, but in terms of the impact. So I have been given something here. You know, those of us who go to church will know that pastors' children are very spoiled, with the exception of our program director here. So the program director has given me something that he said I need to highlight here. And knowing that for you to have any form of position in church, you need to have a very good relationship with pastors' children. I didn't refuse, so I said, no, I will deal with this part and get it disposed of. So next time you see me playing in the band in church, you must know that I know how to nurture these relationships. So I really need to say I'm excited that Innovation Africa Foundation has, in terms of its engagement and its role, been, after engaging with NIPMO, identified as one of the partners for the hosting of the Technology Innovation Support Center. And this is quite crucial. When we talk about aspects of intellectual property, commercialization, There is a lot that goes into this kind of work. It's not just a matter of waking up and saying, I've got an idea, I'm going to make money. There's a whole lot that goes into that. There is the issue of identifying what intellectual property exists. There is an issue of making sure that it gets protected. And there is also understanding what protection is about. Because IP is not just there to be protected, it's actually there to be exploited. And us appreciating what exploitation is quite crucial. So next time when you see new innovation reaching the highs that they would want to reach, that they have to reach, not only in the country, not only in the province, but also growing globally and especially into our continent, it will really be because of this role that they're playing. And we also thank you for partnering the university. Now, why is it important? And you can clap. Because I think the reason why I'm here is for us to appreciate this level of partnering that needs to happen for us to commercialize. And I'm probably going to throw in some examples, and I'm also pleased that my colleague here, Brian Patlele, is here from the Technology Innovation Agency. And you will get to know more about, besides what TIA can do to assist you, but about how to really position yourself to be able to be successful in commercialization. One of the critical things is just to appreciate the role of ecosystems. Now, if you have got a biological background, you'll know that in ecology, they will talk about the interaction between the environment, whether it is your water, your plants, your animals, and so on and so on. And that, if one of those things collapses, the ecosystem basically collapses. And this is the same thing when it comes to the aspect of innovation and commercialization. Our universities or institutions of research are basically where knowledge is generated and a whole lot of IP is generated. They are a place where a lot of training happens, where you're going to have your well-trained entrepreneurs and sometimes just people who may not know anything about entrepreneurship, but who actually need to then partner with entrepreneurs to get things out into the market. So we cannot talk about any country going forward without having a strong R&D system. And this is really what we do as a Department of Science and Technology and Innovation to really support innovation. Now, when you've got that sorted, one of the things that we have also discovered, and I've been in the science system for a long time, like seriously long time. And one of the things that we always see is that we've got people who are knowledge generators, who sometimes mistaken themselves for being business people. And that's where one of our biggest problem is. So you come out with this new idea, with this IP, and you think you know how to go into the market. But for you to go into the market, there's a lot that you need to understand. Firstly, that success is not about how much you like your technology, but how much, or it's more about the solution that you're bringing. So, my mother is very old, and she has a mobile phone. And she doesn't care whether it is an iPhone or it is an Ericsson or it's a Samsung. All she cares about is that when I call her, she can pick up the call. And that part of the marketing is not about technology. So she doesn't know how powerful that technology is. And the danger we do when we put in people who generate IP as business people is that they are pretty much about cuddling their technologies. You know, this technology, you can get 100 people talking at the same time. But the people that you're dealing with, they are not interested about the 99 people. They are interested about themselves. And the person who knows that is probably going to be your business, your industry, more than you do. We were just having an interesting discussion earlier on with Brian about how sometimes people get hanged on about, this is my innovation, I'm not going to let it go. It's my IP. And we're like, you know, Vision Active, when we talk about Vision Active, the first person you think about is Richard Branson. And his ownership of Vision Active has been so diluted. It's very small. And one of the things that we are going to need to learn as institutions of higher learning to attract industry is how do we begin to appreciate the fact that when we have IP, for it to get into the market, one of the things that we are going to have to do is to let it go. Can you imagine a situation where a parent, you want to grow, you want to have legacies, you want to have children, you want to have grandchildren. But you know what is the one way in which you can have grandchildren? Is to let your daughters and your sons grow out of your space. Because you cannot have grandchildren if all you are interested in is to say, this is my daughter, she goes nowhere. And this is very typical of us men, forgetting that we are also staying with other people's daughters. So what I'm basically saying is that let us enable the creation of this ecosystem by opening up. That if I owe 100% of an IP, for it to go into the market and to have an impact, in the end, I might end up holding 5% of that IP because of the dilution. People coming in and investing, and we must allow them to do so. You know, as a department, I deal with problems every day where people are saying, yeah, we've got this IP, and TIA is asking us that if they put this money, then they will need to have this ownership. I don't want to give away my ownership. If you don't want to give away part of your ownership, you should not seek investment, because there's nobody who would want to invest in you because you look nice, even if you are wearing the suit like the suit that is being worn by the program director. They will still want to get something out of their investment. So these are lessons to our universities. Let us really, and through our OTT offices, let us engage and appreciate that aspect of us letting something go to get something will need to happen. Otherwise, commercialization will not happen. Now, let's come to the role of the private sector. And this is really one of the things that I have also been baffled about when we engage with the private sector. Industry. They will be telling you about how much the graduates that are coming out of these universities are not ready for industry. And the same industry have never even bothered to partner with universities to say, by the way, when your graduates come out of there, we want to provide them with internships, we want to train them, we want to bridge that particular gap. That's the only way you're going to do that. That's the only way we're going to have graduates that are going to be able to fit in industry. they are not going to be coming from heaven. You go into any other countries, their systems are like this. They create opportunities for young people to come in, get training, get exposure. And that exposure becomes actually the best way you can get IP as industry. Because much as IP is going to be in a paper, the IP that is here, you cannot restrict it, you cannot arrest it. I can be fired today from the Department of Science and Innovation, but they are not going to succeed in saying, oh, by the way, can we just bleach your brains so that whatever you have learned here, you leave behind? They're not going to do that. So let's strengthen that ecosystem from the private sector side by strengthening those partnerships. A lot of young people are being taught in areas that can benefit our municipalities. How do we partner with them? How do we make sure that all those chemistry students, they're doing analytical chemistry, they've got an exposure in the municipality, they can really assist in issues of water quality, testing, contamination and everything. You've got microbiology students. We've got this platform to say, let's work with universities to train them. Then tomorrow, we are not going to say, when there is a cholera outbreak, oh, we actually didn't know. There is a University of Limpopo here. They can be working with you. When there is the slightest form of contamination in the waters, if they are sampling every time, they can pick it up and say, oh, looks like we've got a higher level of microorganisms in this water. It could create problems. But a lot of things surprises us because we don't strengthen that ecosystem. And planning, by the way, is deliberate. And it must be deliberate. It mustn't be accidental. So these partnerships have to be deliberate. When in the past we used to have your ESCOMs, your telecoms, and your Spornet and whatever, they used to deliberately go out to TVET colleges, to universities, and take these graduates and train them. And that's really how the IP and the issue of IP commercialization, because ultimately, when I'm interacting with this learner here or with this student, and I realize they've got good ideas, I then begin to say, oh, where did they get these ideas? University of Limpopo. Why don't I work with University of Limpopo to really get more of my own competitiveness? Because industry, our competitiveness is not going to get better unless we start to think ahead. We will remain consumers and not generators of technologies and innovation. And I was quite pleased to learn about what Jeannie Marie and them are doing. I mean, I've worked with them since 2000 and, I think probably 1998, when I was still running a program called THRIP, where he was at the CSIR developing water technologies and mining and so on and so forth. So you then begin to see these things growing. Some of the technologies being used globally that come out of that particular, working with the CSIR, working with the University of Pretoria, working with the University of Johannesburg, working with technology, then Technicons, and now obviously the universities of Limpopo. Now that particular ecosystem is one that is going to enable commercialization. Now let me, as I close, give an example of one area of work that I've been involved with, and just to show you how these things work. I'm currently in the governance structures of the World Health Organization's mRNA Technology Transfer Hub. Following COVID outbreak, we needed to develop capacity to manufacture vaccines, not only in South Africa, but in a whole range of developing countries. So what did we do? Firstly, it is researchers who are properly trained. It is the pharmaceutical industries that are based here in South Africa. It was government's investment in research and development. And the link to the global market, but most importantly as well, the fact that we've got an IP protocol. We do acknowledge the existence of IP and we respect it. Now, there was a lot of discussion and some of them was around, if you want to develop things, how do you get access to the IP that is not yours? And you got to do a lot of negotiations. And that's really what we encourage institutions to work through your offices of technology transfer to get to know what is it that you need to do to really develop, and even sometimes to have access to an IP that you can develop further. So we got that. We are busy working on manufacturing of vaccine. In fact, we actually have a candidate vaccine for COVID already in South Africa, which is undergoing a whole lot of testing. And the issue is not the COVID vaccine. The issue is the capability to develop a technology, because we know COVID is somehow, people are still dying of COVID, by the way. But we know that COVID is no longer as much of a pandemic as it used to be. But we are saying, how do we use the same platform to manufacture tuberculosis vaccines, HIV vaccines, and malaria vaccines? And that doesn't end there. The last mile, which is quite crucial, because you can manufacture vaccines and you're not manufacturing them to put them in your shelves and say, oh, we got a vaccine here. They must get to the market. How do we make sure that we access the market? And that's again another element where when we have our own products, when I go out there and I see what is being incubated from the OTT, you see a whole lot of products. They look very nice. They must be used by us who are sitting here. We are the market. How do we then get people who are involved in marketing come here and make sure that our products go into the market? And that's another aspect that sometimes we completely ignore. We think that people will just buy a product because it's mine and they are my local people. Let's support local. That's very important, but ultimately people will support because they benefit from the product. And we need to therefore put a lot in terms of emphasizing the benefits and selling that product. So this is really where I say this ecosystem, if one of these things collapses, everything collapses. And if you are to find a way of appreciating this, we have got billions of cells in our bodies. And we've got many body parts. Some of them seem very insignificant. But if you want to see how significant one part of your body is, just get that smallest toe of your foot injured. You realize that with all your faculties working well, your brains, your hands, your heart, and everything, you might have wanted to be here today, but you will still not be here because you are nursing that part, which is so insignificant, but it is in your body, is the value of the ecosystem. Get one aspect of it limping, you are going to get nowhere. So we are saying as a department, let's strengthen this ecosystem. Let's have the industry at the center. Let's have the communities in the party. Let's have our institutions of higher learning, our researchers, our students, because ultimately innovation is going to be happening because of people. Markets are about people. And if we don't have these people and if we can't reach out to them, we're going nowhere. I'm going to leave the issue of funding instruments and various support that's going to come. I've got colleagues. I've got my colleague from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and I've got Brian from Technology Innovation Agency. And this is, I think, where we are going to then say, what are the instruments that we can actually deploy to attract sometimes industry, because in some instances we as government are going to de-risk some of your innovations, but the private sector will need to come in to take it further. Thank you so much. Oh, okay.
Prof Singh, please come over and hand over this little baggie that Dr. Mboneni Mofe has to declare, because he's the DDG of Technology and Innovation. Now he's the DDG of Socio-Economic Innovation Partnership at the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. He holds a PhD in Management of Technology and Innovation, and a Master's in Business Administration, and a Master's in Science, and a Master's in Dr. Mboneni, everyone. Just now we're going to get to a panel. That's why some of the couches coming out and hey, ramatating. But Dr. Mboneni is currently running the recently established Innovation Fund, which aims at bridging the funding gap between research, technology development, and translation of research outputs into products and services. He's also a member of the steering committee of the World Health Organization, as he mentioned, which is entrusted with building vaccine manufacturing capacity in low and middle income countries. He is also in the South African group of Earth Observation as a principal and a member of the chairs of those committees. Now, let me quickly, in trying to run the program as quick as I can, I'm going to keep on, I would not get it right, but I'm going to keep on trying until the end. I'm going to call upon just now Dr. Ndlala. Now, Dr. Ndlala is he is a double PhD person, who the first one is a PhD in DPhil in biochemistry, and then the second one is DPhil, a PhD, I got this right when I was practicing, in ethology. Got it? Yeah, woohoo! Then he is currently serving as the development of bioeconomy at the University of Limpopo, and a whole lot of things that I don't think you want me to read. You know, you can see him during lunch. Yeah. Correct. Dr. Mboneni. Oh, no. Yeah, he is Dr. Mboneni, but he's Dr. Ndlala. Now, when it's double PhD, or we use one. Dr. Ndlala, round of applause to you. Come through. One. Got it. Just check if it's working. Yeah, cool. Please come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, for such a kind introduction. And good morning to everyone, or is it good afternoon now to everyone? My name is Ashwell. I'm coming from the University of Limpopo, the Green Biotechnologies Research Center. Showcase some of our product development. Space of product development. Okay, apologies for that. as I have already alluded, my name is Ashwell. I'm coming from the University of Limpopo, a unit called the Green Biotechnology Research Station. And our work is mainly focused on research and technology transfer in the IKS space, Indigenous Knowledge System, especially in cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and nutraceuticals, whereby we do research that is aimed at developing what the IK community of practice is producing, and working with them to better their product so that it can be market ready. In so doing, we also work with students, we also work with other researchers and other science councils that are in that space. So this mandate, actually, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Moefe. It was derived as part of the programs that he was running at the DSI, and it started way back, especially for me when I joined the group, when I was still at the ARC and going forward until I came to the University of Limpopo, and he continued funding some of the aspects of it. And this is quite an important aspect of research, because it takes center stage in understanding what we have as South Africa, or as Southern Africa in general. That huge biodiversity, which is actually comprised of mega what biodiversity centers. For example, the Cape Flora, which runs from Cape Town and up towards the Eastern Cape. And that gives us immense opportunities in terms of developing new products, be it in the pharmaceuticals, be it in cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals. And it also gives us that uniqueness, because there are a number of endemisms that are within those floristic regions. And that endemism, it means there are some plants that only grow in that area, and you cannot find them anywhere else. So that's quite a great opportunity. And zoning into the province, I think we all know now that Limpopo is the fruit and vegetable basket of South Africa, because we produce more than 60% of fruits that you find being consumed as far as Gauteng and many other areas of the country. And the supply is about 45%, comprising about 2 billion of the annual turnover in the fresh market in Johannesburg. So that comes along with it huge biodiversity in terms of indigenous knowledge that accompanies what we own as Limpopo, in indigenous crops, in indigenous fruits. And what we want to do is to take center stage in developing those to better translate that into products. So mainly our research focus is in the areas like I've already alluded, personal care, the cosmeceuticals, the nutrition, and the pharmaceuticals. But what we all agreed to is that we do have, as a country, all the necessary information that we need. We do have the know-how, we do have the capacity to translate the bioresource into products. But what we want to probably more focus on is that technology transfer from the people who develop the technologies, from the universities, to the people who own most of that information, that is the indigenous knowledge community, and as well as students. So what we did is we tried to focus ourselves in terms of the research within that space, whereby we assist the indigenous knowledge holders with the knowledge that we have as scientists together, and then we come up with compliant products that can actually be marketed internationally. And today I'm going to give you an example of one of the projects that we have run, which involves the development of a mouthwash or an antiseptic product that is used for oral hygiene. And the project is one of the projects that I undertook when I moved to the University of Limpopo. Almost every day we have people coming to our offices, coming up with ideas and technologies to say we are developing this, please assist us. So this is one of the projects that I gave up to, and I said, we're going to work with it until the end. So what they do is they've got several medicinal plants that they use, and they use them traditionally to clean or to cure or treat any issues that comes with oral hygiene. So what we did is we sat with the gentleman, and he told us his ideas, and then we undertook the process started by us undertaking a simple desktop study to see the plants that he's talking about, how do they relate to the issues that he's talking about of oral health. And also, the most important part of it is how safe are they to be used. So we took what we call an ethnobotany approach, whereby we have that discussion with the indigenous holder, and then we try to come up with specific questions that will give us more information on his product. And then using that, we also then develop more questions that will allow us to sit down with the people within that community, so that we gain more information apart from getting the information from one person. But all that also led to us understanding between us as researchers and the indigenous holders that if this technology becomes successful, what will be the benefit sharing amongst the people who are involved, as well as understanding that there is the willingness from the tribal authorities for us to actually go into that area and try and extract the plants that are needed, extract the information that we need to come up with those products. So that is the approach that we took. So once we had everything that we wanted in terms of that documentation done, we then undertook to identify the plants that they used for that purpose. And we listed a whole lot of them. And then we tried to separate each one by one in terms of how does it operate in that product, because it's a mixture that they use of many plants. And we all know that when there is a lot of plants, some of them could be toxic, and what are the effects of using some of them in a long term. Also, the issue of people using a plant that they can mistakenly for another type of plant. Obviously, issues of hygiene, also we looked at them when they are producing the product. Contamination from a pesticide, because nowadays agriculture is happening everywhere. So herbicide, pesticide. So we looked at all that holistically to see how best we can then assist the IK holder. Once we had all that put down, we then tried to confirm each and every plant that they use in terms of understanding what does it bring into the mixture? What does it do? Does it kill bacteria? Does it assist with inflammation within the mouth? Or does it clear odors? So we have got several models that we have established in the laboratory, whereby we test for all these plants for such. If we say it cures bacteria, we have got antibacterial models that we use. So once we had all that information listed, we then took the mixture as it is, as well as the individual components of that mixture. We send them through into test to see what do they contain. And we analyzed each and every plant. What does it have in terms of chemicals, in terms of the nutrition, for us to understand the product. And at the end of the day, what we did was to identify the active components within that product. And it was quite interesting because, especially on the mixture, that most of the compounds that we found in that mixture, they have long history already in literature of being antibacterial, of being anti-inflammatory, which means the indigenous knowledge that was coming with it was really confirmed in terms of what does that product do. And I just highlighted some of those compounds that we found. The first one, limit, is an interesting one because our product, we then named it on that because it was in very high quantities in that product. And it's known for all those functions that assist in clearing bacteria, in assisting with anti-inflammatory. So once we had all that information, what we had to do was the next step, to develop the product itself. Of course, the mixer is there that they use in the community, but what we needed to do now is to add that modern touch to it so that it can then be successfully commercialized. But obviously, there are a lot of challenges that comes with it, because number one, we didn't want to alter the indigenous touch that the product has. Number two, because we understand that when the plants are mixed in one, each and every plant will be providing its own component. Some may not be active against bacteria, may not be active against anything else, but it can act as a protective agent when it comes to other plants that are in there that could be toxic. So that prevented a lot of challenge to us in terms of understanding how do we then structure the product in such a way that we have plants that we can use sustainably and at the same time commercializing it for the community benefit. So the idea started with us now visualizing 3D to say how does the product, how should it look like? And obviously there are so many challenges also that comes with it. How do the people see it from that community who are used to take it as in their teacups, and now we package it in a bottle? Or how will it feel to the person who wants to use it in the office? They would need it in a proper bottle. So those are the things that we started ponder around. But thanks to technology these days, so we had to incorporate a number of aspects in terms of doing technology work, in terms of trying to design, come up with a design that could benefit both the person who still wants the traditional touch and the person who wants that modern touch. So at the end of the day, we came up with the name Limi Dogs. The Limi part of it was coming from the abundant compound that we know that is active within that product. And then the dogs is more or less like the generic thing within the mouthwash product. And the packaging also wanted to show the modern touch. At the same time, we also wanted to, in one way or the other, maintain that traditional touch. So what we got is something like what you see here. And we do have the product displayed outside in case you want to take a closer look at it. So that was one of our successful stories that we still want to develop further. But as scientists, I may say our work stopped there when we had the product ready. But from our side, we then want to ask the TTO to take forward in terms of market access, in terms of refining the brand and refining how it should look like, what should be on the carton, all that. But at the same time, in our own space, what we want to do is to continue developing the community in terms of empowering them, maintaining that traditional touch, but also bringing in issues of hygiene. So we then want to get machinery that can be used to produce that product. In as much as the journey looked more or less smooth, there were challenges that we faced. And just in conclusion, I want just to highlight some of them. One of it is obviously issues of the economics in terms of the funding in running all the aspects that were needed to do. Thanks to TIA, thanks to DSI and other organizations that had money that was used in that. But we still need more in terms of understanding the upscaling and understanding the branding of the product. And then the issues of regulations. Those are some of the things that we need to look into. And we are busy now trying to see what is required to register the product, issues of bioprospecting, issues of, like I mentioned before, benefit sharing. So we are busy with that, but there are not huge challenges in terms of that. But it is more or less quite a tricky situation, especially in South Africa, to register products. That's why you see most people will then send raw materials outside the country. They get refined into a product, then it comes back more expensive than what we can do. But those are some of the things that we are trying to see how best we can maneuver around it. And obviously, issues of understanding the community, the political willingness within that community, so that when the product is successful, we would know who exactly was the custodian of the IP and all those issues that are around that. So in a nutshell, that is more or less my conclusion. And acknowledgement goes to all the organizations that really partake and assisted in funding, and also some of our collaborators that assisted in terms of analysis of some of the tests that we were doing. Thank you.
Trying to collect tithe in church at the same time, it's a challenge. Dr. Ndlala, please do come back. You've got a seat on the, I almost said on the table. Yeah, you've got a seat on the stage. Dr. Cynthia Motsi, please come through. Miss Malesi Ndlovu, please come through. Memapula Lisailane, please come through. And yourself, Dr. Ndlala. Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ndate Murerwa, Moses, please come through. And I'll give you a quick brief on Moses, who will then give you a brief on everyone else who's on the stage. Did I read everybody? Wow, thank you. Moses is currently the manager in the office of the executive director in marketing and communication in Limpopo. And he's the chairperson of a whole lot of other things in the communication space. And I'm so sorry for not doing your justice, but I'll come back and redeem myself. Ndate Moses Morwa, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to manage this panel and he'll tell you about what the panel is all about. And he's got strict instructions to make sure that this panel does not stand between us and lunch.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for affording us this opportunity. I promise if our panelists can adhere to your message, no, we should be on time. We should finish on time. Let me just rest on the protocol that has already been established in the very same interest of time, just to acknowledge everyone in the house from your different portfolios, and thank you for coming together to try and bridge. So mine will be to moderate the session, but our key role players, the three ladies and a gent here, who are going to take us through the process of getting our work out there, because a lot goes on behind closed doors in the labs. We identify gaps that the market needs, but at the end of the day, we realize that we do not get to where we want our products, our initiatives, our ideas to end up, because those are the solutions we are trying to create. So the panel will talk about from lab to the market. So they will be discussing strategies for successful commercialization. How do we take out our products to the market? What are the processes? And what role do they play within their organizations to help with that transition? Because there's a lot in between that happens before a product gets to the market and before the actual targeted client gets to appreciate the very same product. Let me just briefly introduce them. We have Dr. Cynthia Motsi, who is currently the Senior Manager for Intellectual Property Management and Commercialization at the Agricultural Research Council. And she has over 10 years experience in the IP management and commercialization value chain, during which she has been a key strategic, functional, and operational decision maker. We are glad to have decision makers here. They will also forgive me for abridging they are already abridged CVs here in the interest of time. Let's appreciate Dr. Motsi. Well, you can wave and shine so that they see who you are. Yes, yes, thank you. We also have Ms. Malisa Ndlovu, who is a Senior Business Development Manager for Technology Commercialization at the Technology Innovation Agency. To many of you, you know it as TIA. So it is an entity of the Department of Science and Innovation that supports the development and commercialization of South African intellectual property assets and disruptive technologies, including grassroots innovation. So her role supports the commercialization of publicly funded intellectual property investments derived from the South African National System of Innovation and Tech Entrepreneurship ecosystem. I'll also drop it here. Let's welcome her. We also have Ms. Mapula Lisailane, and she's a renowned female South African scientist and the founding chief executive officer of an award-winning agri-science company called Meta Pluvium Holdings. She's passionate about scientific research and its application, and she holds a Master of Science degree in genetics, conferred cum laude from Stellenbosch University. So she's an innovative scientist that aspires to close the gap between scientific knowledge and its application in the agricultural industry. Let's appreciate her as well. And we have the gentleman among ladies, Dr. Ashwell Ndlala, who just gave an insightful presentation here. So Dr. Ndlala received his BSc honors degree in biochemistry from the University of Zimbabwe, first doctorate in biochemistry from the same institute in 2006, and second doctorate in ethnopharmacology from the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. So he currently serves as a bioeconomy development specialist at the University of Limpopo's Green Biotechnologies Research Center. So previously, he has worked as a senior researcher at the Agricultural Research Council, Rudebold in South Africa, where he initiated projects in agro-processing of herbal and food crops, as well as functional foods such as moringa whole chain. Let's appreciate Dr. Ndlala as well. So you can tell that these are actually decision makers who will help us understand this train called commercialization. Where does it move from? Where is it supposed to go? And who play this key role? So for the first question that I have, which it applies to all of you, and we do have just a little under 30 minutes to wrap up our discussion. So I would appeal that we get brief, straight to the point, so that we can also at the end allow for the audience to have questions and interact with your presentation. So the key here, which applies to the four of you, is what are the key challenges that researchers and innovators face when trying to transition their inventions from the laboratory to the market? What are the key challenges? Which means already there is a serious challenge in terms of that. So what are those that you think are prevalent to take it to the market? And how can these challenges be overcome? Let me just start with you, Doctor. In well under 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. From my own experience, I think, and like what I've already alluded in the presentation, the issues of regulations are one of the things that really are standing between research and commercialization, because there is quite a number of things that need to be done before you can actually successfully say you have commercialized something. We talk of bioprospecting, we talk of issues of benefit sharing. Those are the things, they protect both sides, which is very good, but they just need to be realigned and streamlined so that they become easy and not become an impediment between production of products and commercialization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was quite very, very brief. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As you enter the process of commercialization, you look into different things. You need to understand your market, because that's where you're going to take your product. So I think one of the key challenges that we face is that our researchers or our inventors, they are actually not aware of the market that they want to focus on. You need to understand if you are going local or you are going international or you are going regional, it's only going to be commercialized in Limpopo, or you want to go the whole of South Africa. So those are the things that key point in terms of market, which will also include branding of your particular product. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Greetings. I'd like to give a pragmatic answer from post-prototype, having validated that idea or discovery. The challenge becomes from the DNA of translating what has been an outcome of IP into transitioning it towards a product. The capability that it takes, the expertise that it takes to do that conversion, which is on the implementation side of the execution, tends to be quite challenging for most innovators. I would like to be quite agnostic, so that it's not just as if I'm throwing darts at researchers, innovators in general. And the composition of the teamwork has to be a blend between strategic and the talent that will be able to execute. But also, in terms of fundraising, I'm going to politically skip the funding challenge, because I come from a funding agency. However, I would say the investor readiness of the innovators to be able to attract both grants and follow-on capital that you would have to then show what is it that you're providing and how are you going to make more money for those investors. And that ties into her point around the markets, because if you don't have a proximate market and a solid market that is going to give you revenue, you will struggle there as well. And one of the things that I'll mention, which is the last one, would be on the regulatory environment. Innovations should not be so beholden to what is happening on the local side of things that one is not paying attention to what is happening on the geopolitics side of things, and that could affect their supply of material, but also could affect the approvals that they would need for them to start selling their product. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Greetings to the House. The primary purpose of scientific research and development is to solve real-world problems. So the problems that a lot of researchers are facing is that they need to be in touch with the world. If you are going to find solutions to problems that the world is facing or the community is facing, you need to be able to say, I'm in the process, I'm in the community, and this is the problems that I've identified in the community. So if we're looking at the real problems that a lot of researchers are having, is that we want to start from the laboratory, then go outside and say, can I find market for my product? But in essence, it should start in the market. We should go out as researchers and say, I'm in the community, what are problems that my communities are facing? How can I come with solutions for my community? Then go back with your scientific experience, with your scientific knowledge, find solutions, then take it back to the market. So it's from the market to the laboratory, from the laboratory back to the market. You correct and go back again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Ms. Liseilani, if I were to ask, yeah, you may appreciate them. You may appreciate them. If I may ask, what role does your organization play in the challenges that you've identified, in the relevance of our products to the target market? Because one would be in a lab, have an idea, identify the problem, their research is engaged, but there is that gap that they don't have entrepreneurial skills, or just even to get to know where to start. Now that I experimented, and I think this will work, I tested, what's next? So what role does your company play in this regard?
Thank you so much for that question. I always get excited when somebody asks that, because Metapluvium Holdings is an agri-science company, award-winning, I should mention. And what we do at Metapluvium Holdings is that we bridge the gap between scientific knowledge and its application in the agri-science industry. So when we meet a researcher that has gone to the market or from the laboratory, let's start with them from the laboratory, say it's University of Limpopo, we're starting in a laboratory. What we do is we capacitate them with entrepreneurial skills, or we collaborate them with people that have the skills or the knowledge for the market, because when you have identified a product or you've got IP that you want to commercialize, it's very important to understand the nitty-gritties of economics. That is, you understand the demand and supply, you understand the marketing that comes with it, and we are in collaboration with different systems or different agencies that are assisting the researchers to capacitate them with entrepreneurial skills, so that when they have the product, they know how to commercialize it, or they know who to go to get assistance in terms of commercialization. So, in generally, Metapluvium Holdings aspires to continue being a hub where researchers can come and turn their scientific knowledge into applications and produce products and services that communities can benefit from, because we are doing a lot of research at universities, at research institutions, and these solutions that we are finding should be relevant or should be found by the people that actually need it. So we are saying that research has been done, let's now turn it into products and services that communities are benefiting from, Africa is benefiting from, and essentially we are saying that it's about time that Africans solve African problems by themselves, and scientists have to position themselves and be ready to commercialize their knowledge, because there is great potential in scientific knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the action point, you can tell she emphasizes the nitty-gritties that an inventor needs to know, needs to understand the processes that are therein. And I think, let me ask Ndlovu and Dr. Musi that intellectual property as part of the nitty-gritties she's talking about, because we've had cases where people would say they stole my invention. Some actually fear getting their work out of the lab, that it's going to be stolen, I will not be recognized as an inventor. So obviously there are regulations that are there to ensure that this invention is protected from the lab. When it goes out there, it gets protected, and then it gets to the right market as intended without it being compromised. So intellectual property protection, I think it's crucial in this process of commercialization. The question then would be to the both of you, could you share some best practices and strategies for effectively managing and protecting intellectual property during this whole commercialization process?
Thank you, Program Director, for that question. I think we can get back to the why. Why did this discovery happen? Innovation is born out of many instances, an accident or repetition of actions until you find, an eureka moment, or did you were exposed to real world problems that you wanted to solve, etc. The why is the core. When it is there, what is it that you want to do with it? Protection is not inherent, by the way, because our previous presenter has shown us the different methods of protecting IP. Hence, it has to be tied to your business model, your business strategy. The why is because what do you want to do with this? Now that it's there, you didn't come up with this just to prove that you're smart. Somebody has to be on the end side of exploitation side of things, where they will benefit from that intellectual property. If you want to safeguard it, the method that will help you make the most or exploit the most opportunities out of your intellectual property. If you want to protect it, for instance, with the university, a patent would be most prevalent, because the model will be around maybe licensing that intellectual property to other parties as part of a commercialization strategy. And for other parties, they would rather say, because I have a first mover advantage into the market, so I don't want to disclose my trade secrets. I want to keep it as a trade secret so that I can sell fast and go to the market and let the other Me Too's come and catch up on what I came up with that is so novel and it has a competitive advantage. And one other aspect that one has to consider is, with IP protection, the linkages between IP protection and your commercialization strategy, or let me say business model, to be quite pragmatic, is very key, because you need to now realize that you could either exploit this IP locally. You have customers in South Africa, for instance, and however, if you now want to scale outside the country, how are you going to move that IP outbound? What are the laws and the regulations and permutations that you need to be aware of before you meet a venture capitalist, or you meet an Elon Musk or whomever else that wants to buy into your idea? Because by that time, it's actually a company now. It's a product that is probably run by a company or run by an entity that is represented otherwise through, let's say, our host that is here, the technology transfer offices. You need to be aware of what would it take for you to export that IP, and whichever market or region that you're taking internationally, what type of registrations do you need to have for that? Are you just selling from this side, or do you want to also establish a ground in whichever region? So there is, the legislation side of things should not be overlooked, just and maybe one assuming that having a patent is just enough. It's enough to protect you and safeguard you, but you don't just register a patent and service it throughout all the countries. You select the countries that you want to venture into as a market. You're blocking that territory for you to make the most money out of it. And you have to move it as fast as you can, and having the expertise and permutations from NIPMO has to be aware, of course, and also you need to be in line with Treasury and the Reserve Bank processes there before you can actually take, especially if it's publicly funded, because the IPR Act takes into effect.
Okay,
but I think I'll just cut it there.
Yes, yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. There are two issues that one needs to consider when doing the IP strategy, because it must always be aligned to the commercialization strategy. So you look into saying, am I going to take the product to that particular country? Am I envisaging any infringement in that particular country? So it's very key to identify those 2 points, because they will assist you in the future. The program director just mentioned to say that there's a lot of infringement taking place. So you also need to guard yourself against those that might multiply your product in that particular country. So hence you also need to look into saying, are they going to infringe? Can they reverse engineer the product? And I think also as entrepreneurs, there's a need to look into saying, are the technologies available from the tech transfers that we can actually tap into? Because normally the tech transfers would have protected the technology. So the protection part, which is a costly stage, it has already been done. So what you are tapping into, you are getting into a license agreement, increasing your products that are aligned to what you are currently using. So there's a need to tap into what is already available at the tech transfer offices, adding to your portfolio of your products as you are running your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, to the four of you, now that you mention the first steps that one needs to do, I'm going to ask, does one need to be a business owner if they're inventing? Or can their product go to the market the other way around? Do they actually need to be a business owner? Or is there any other means that I can have my own entitlement to the product, the invention, and then it is sent to the market in any other way possible without me being a businessman? Again, collaboration between academia, industry, and government, because you are from that which I consider a bridge between the invention and the market itself as this organization. So the collaboration between academia, industry, and government is often crucial for this process. How can these three different stakeholders work together to bridge the transition of research findings to marketable products and services? I consider you bridges. How can the collaboration of the academia, the industry, and government help fast track this process of commercialization, make sure that the product gets from the lab to where they are intended to solve challenges that are experienced in communities? Anyone can just pick it from there.
Okay, thank you. I'll be talking from the Science Council perspective. We develop technologies that are actually responding to a need in the community. We work very close when it comes to taking these technologies with the industry. So there's a huge need to actually collaborate with the industry to ensure that whatever that we develop actually reaches the market out there. So the collaboration from the ARC with the industry is very key. You have asked a question to say, is it necessary for the owner of the IP to have a business? Yes, to a certain extent it is, but with the current example that I have from the ARC, we are mostly licensing out our technologies. So we develop these technologies. We look for parties that are interested to take them out and commercialize on behalf of the ARC. We are prepared to get a certain percentage of the royalties from what has been generated, and the party that is actually commercializing our material would actually get a certain percentage. So we have such arrangements. I think you saw in one of our slides, one of the slides from a colleague from NIPMO, she mentioned that there's a need for SMMEs, or SMMEs, they actually get first preference. When we issue out license agreements, we look into that. So it's very important for us to actually bring in the industry, because they are on the ground, they understand what's happening, and they actually contribute a lot when it comes to commercialization of our products, because they have associations that are affiliated, or parties that are affiliated to other associations that are actually ensuring that what we produce is actually going out there, and we are still looking for more, because we have more that must actually go out. And thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll try and answer both questions briefly, but the latter I'll represent the Technology Innovation Agency. Actually, on both occasions. The first question, it's a diplomatic yes and no, not necessarily. I'll dive into talent, your skill set, your expertise that you have. If you are strong scientifically or technologically, you can come up with this solution that people need or market need. However, if you, as it now converts into a product, you are not boosting around a discovery or an idea that is so brilliant and it's superior to others. You are now bearing the challenge of convincing all of these stakeholders sitting here that you guys owe me money. How do I get that money from you to buy into my product? It takes selling and it takes commercial acumen for you to go secure the right partners that will help you scale. So if your strength is on the scientific and technological side, then you are best paired with a commercial leader in your company or your entity to help you take things to market. You need to be able to do that, so that you don't always just miss opportunities for you to convert conversations and presentations into what matters most when you run company is traffic that converts into revenue. And then investors that will buy into your idea so that you can grow. If you don't have that, you're going to fail fast. And on the secondary question, I think the ARC example was quite fair. So maybe just in the spirit of time, I can cap it there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the question. I think in the mind of time, I'm just going to answer the first question. And I think we often talk about political activism, we talk about social activism, and these are the types of activism that brought about democracy and the soul freedom. But I want to bring to this room that we should now be looking at scientific activism. And this is now where researchers are intentionally going into the market and understanding what our community needs and coming back and finding solutions. And once they find solutions, there's two people. One, there's a researcher. Two, there's an entrepreneur. So a researcher can be trained or can be an entrepreneur themselves. But sometimes an entrepreneur cannot be a researcher. So in order for us to ensure that we are bridging this gap between a researcher and an entrepreneur, I'm proposing that universities introduce entrepreneurial studies into science degrees, so that when a scientist starts from first year, already they are conscientized that I am learning scientific knowledge, and this scientific knowledge can be commercialized. So by the time they finish or come up with an invention, they then decide, do I think I have the capacity to be an entrepreneur myself, or do I need to collaborate with other entrepreneurs? And because we would have started a foundation where they understand what entrepreneurship is, what business is, they are able to make informed decisions. So a researcher can be an entrepreneur, but some researchers do need collaboration with other entrepreneurs in order to commercialize the scientific knowledge that they've got.
Wonderful. Straight to the point. Dr. Ndlala, from this conversation, what I'm deducing is that it all boils down to systems and processes. And there are so many that this discussion will not do justice to. So I implore the audience to make sure that during lunch they get contacts and you continue with this conversation. But as we draw to the close, I want to ask, what would be your advice, since, well, you actually being in the process of converting ideas, inventions, into actual tangible products that can go to the market. So what would be your advice to an entrepreneur or to a researcher who wants to take their inventions or to commercialize their inventions? What would be your most important advice to an individual like that, who has an invention, now they want to start the process of commercialization?
Okay, thank you. It's quite a broad question, and there's got many entries in terms of answering it. But taking it from a researcher point of view, what I just know is most of us as researchers, we often get carried away by discoveries, and we miss the point of something that can be commercialized. So my advice is like what I've benefited myself, continue collaboration with the TT office and other business-minded people who can actually tell us to say, no, this discovery that you make is actually one of the best that can actually be translated into a product that can be commercialized. But we are also under pressure in many instances to publish our work because it's our key performance area. So one would then want to concentrate in that space. But it is always good to interact with the TT office so that they can give that advice to say this can actually be stopped from publication until at a certain point where you have commercialized it. Then to entrepreneurs, I think one of the things that we have opened up, not only the universities but even science councils, they've started to understand how, especially entrepreneurs that are coming from the IKS background, how we can work together as scientists and as indigenous knowledge holders and put in place measures that protect us both, so that if there is an idea that is there, it can safely be commercialized. So there is that need for that collaboration between IK holders or entrepreneurs and scientists and science council members. I think in a nutshell, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our panel members for their insightful information. And I can see it's becoming information overload. They have so much to share, just that time is our enemy. So do keep in touch with them and ask more questions, because I would not be taking questions from the floor due to time constraints. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. I hope the researchers here, the entrepreneurs here are going to just get in touch with you and learn more about all the processes so that their products are not compromised. Thank you so much.
Moses, ladies and gentlemen, lead my people. Stand right there. And Prof. Umpimetse, please do come back again, because I think you're about to do the biggest of them all. And hand over some gifts. Thank you. You can come through. So I think just give everyone their gift, and then they hold the gifts, and then we all look pretty. Then we'll take one nice pretty picture. Panel. Camera ya munno ha re tsebo riche re o rasia ji ore wa re phazamisha wa re re tlaetse ya ora that way we know or it is done, and then o fetsa mo wa drebola or e khono. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you have been sitting for a while. I'm going to give you one last brief speaker who's going to lead us straight into lunch. And here's Mr. Albert Jeleni, who is the founding member and president of the National Union of Municipal Chambers and Commerce in the province of Limpopo. He's got over 15 years in the entrepreneurship space, over 20 years within the natural resource management, research, policy, and a whole lot of things that are amazing. He's worked in government, served in government departments. Mr. Jeleni has done it all, and he's about to do the last one for the afternoon. Mr. Jeleni, you know your profile is long, ne? You've done well. Thank you. Continue.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Are you ready for lunch? Yeah, I'm just going to give you appetite for lunch. Nothing much to be said. I think by now most of you know that whenever they put up round tables, all these beautiful things, it's all about food. We just talk, waiting for the catering company to arrive. That's all, so don't be too serious. Is my presentation up there? Okay, I think there is some kind of sabotage, but my presentation is very beautiful, colleagues, beautiful colors. Okay. Oh, that's me. Thank you very much. Hello. And to those who are watching online, we greet you. And I won't go through all the protocol, but we do appreciate the work that the University of Limpopo is doing, inviting all of us to be talking today. And that is my presentation. When they invited me, they wanted me to talk on that statement. Limpopo's developments, challenges, and how the university can get involved. Now, from the business perspective, they want our secrets on how we make money. And we won't tell them. So I won't answer any of those, because as entrepreneurs, our job is to go and find out problems, try and find a way to solve them before anybody else is aware that there is that kind of a problem. That's what we do. But anyway, before I present the usual, I just have a question for you. Why is it that some cars, and I highlighted some because there is a possibility, but I believe it's all cars, are cheap as a whole car, but expensive in single part? So basically, if you were to go and buy parts and say you want to assemble your own car, you are likely to pay between 5 and 10 times the price of a car. So it's profitable to be selling parts, we would imagine. But why is it that the manufacturers they're not focusing on selling parts, they're actually selling cars? They're not sitting down and say, we want to be innovative, create a better wheel or a better steering or a better engine, which will not fit to your car that you are driving now. So they are doing that because from the business perspective, they are focusing on the customer. The customer just wants a car. Actually, none of us, when we're going to buy a new car, we are thinking about having to buy the spare parts until we have a problem. That's when we go and buy spare parts. From the manufacturer perspective, they want to make money and be sustainable, so they must please the customer. They must make the customer happy. Moral of the story, whatever we do, whether we're a university or wherever, we need to focus on the value chain. And the question is the university focusing on the value chain? Or rather, what is the value chain of the university? We must understand that it's all about supply and demand. University of Limpopo, are all your graduates employed? That's what you are supplying. That's the product that you're supplying in the market. That is your innovation. Are they employed? Now, the challenge is, as you said, that you want the challenges. I'm going to give you the universal one, is unemployment. In Limpopo, we are sitting at 50% in general, but for the youth, we are sitting at about 70%, probably going towards 80%. Inequality and poverty, those are the general problems. But in there, you know, we have got specific problems that we want to solve. And in this, we know that university in particular, it's key when it comes to unemployment. They are the one who must innovate persons who will be employed. Or putting it differently, they must put products in the market that will be bought by the industry. The industry has got all the money. We just don't want to buy your product because you are not good with innovation. Simple as that. Now, by default, academia produces graduates who are absorbed by industry. Research work in university are taken by the industry. Underline that. Research in the universities, and I think somebody said it very well, that, you know, some researchers wants to be entrepreneur. It doesn't work like that. Understand the value chain. You cannot, you do your own research. We take them, we turn them into products and services based on the problems that we have currently. From the industry perspective, unemployed people are the products of the university that are of no use to us. So if you meet anyone that is unemployed, it's a product of the university where the university got it wrong. We buy products that fit with us. We employ people that are going to be productive. Research is not innovation. Innovation meets the needs of the people. And go and read the definition of an entrepreneur. So we are innovators, researchers are not. Okay, colleagues, forget that. I have put that graph up there, I'm comparing the GDP of South Africa to the GDPs of the biggest economies. For example, we've got Japan, USA, United Kingdom, China, South Africa. For those who understand maths or statistics or whatever, you can see that South Africa, is it purple, that color in purple? You can see that we are the first world country.
The municipality's energy team continues to tirelessly carry out the required maintenance and repairs to ensure that the electricity supply to the citizens of the great city is sustained despite these challenges. As part of the solution to the issues, the scope of the tender for monitoring and substations and expandable to include monitoring of cables and other equipment areas through electronic devices and armed response with a very short response time. The municipal security section is to be expanded in patrolling critical areas such as CBD, the city entrances and other hotspot areas, where it's also advocating for copper to be declared as a precious metal, which will stop the demand on the black market. We also would like to embark on several initiatives on solar technology to be used in public lighting. We are moving with speed to increase capacity of our bylaw enforcement officers in terms of recruiting an additional law enforcement or scrap metal within the city, who is called upon to work with the municipality and the police to rid our city of these elements. This gives credence to the fact that Polokwane, we control the problem alone. We need partners and support from other spheres of government and the private sector, including institutions of higher learning. With reference to the development within Polokwane municipality, we have last month that the Polokwane Municipal Planning Tribunal has recently approved a mixed-use housing development to cater for high-density social housing models known as Kingdom Park, to be located along the Matlala Road as part of our program to go Polokwane in all directions. This is one of the flagship developments which will directly deal with the housing backlog in the city. We will use a corridor approach in Polokwane so that it is not only development on the sides of Bendo suburbs to the R81, but to familiarize settlements along the R71. Program Director, let me remind you that Polokwane municipality is one of the few, if not the only municipality in the province and the country which has managed to eradicate informal settlements within the area of jurisdiction. To date, we are proud to announce that all 9 informal settlements we had in the past decade have been upgraded. We acknowledge that the asbestos roofs has long been endangering our lives of Shishiru residents and other areas of the city. For that reason, we and Coxstar committed to replacement of 1,500 asbestos roofs in phase 1. A donation of 50 gap housing units in townships around Polokwane city for military veterans has been approved. As part of the expansion in terms of the province of student accommodation, we will be implementing a project in Polokwane Extension 108 to deliver 4,156 student beds. The municipality appreciates that the Ministry of Human Settlements for approving Level 2 housing accreditation, which will enable the municipality to plan, budget and implement human settlements related projects. We have been hard at work to grow the local economy through our drive to canvas projects and will create job opportunities for public and private investment to grow the economy. I will now bring your attention to anchor projects that will be implemented in the province, provincial government and other government entities. In collaboration with the National Department of Health and DBSA, we have commenced with the construction of a mega investment of an academic hospital, first of its kind in the Limpopo province. The estimated economic spin-off associated with this project is a creation of approximately 2,400 jobs during construction and about 100 permanent jobs upon completion. The construction project is expected to conclude in 2028. On top of that, another privately driven 150-bed hospital development will be located along the N1 at Ivydale, is on the cards to cater for much-needed hospital beds in the city. The project costs an estimated of 450 million for direct construction. The development is expected to create 600 jobs during the construction and 450 jobs permanently upon completion. Program Director, along the R71 on the Dikolong corridor, we will be constructing a provincial state theatre which is projected to cost 500 million in construction. Bokoni Malapa Arts and Cultural Hub, as proposed, will be tremendous support for artists in terms of film recording, studio theatre, and incubation stalls. We will increase tourism in the municipal facilities to form part of the belt of the sporting precinct as processed in the special development framework, which stretches from Peter Mokaba Stadium. The zoning of the state-of-the-art provincial theatre was therefore approved by the Municipal Planning Tribunal. According to the plans, the hub development should commence around September 2023. The project is expected to create 350 temporary jobs. The team in future engages in ensuring funding from the private sector to implement identified and the strategy that was development. Polokwane municipality has signed an agreement with the security and water supply to silicon smelters, and the operations have since resumed in November 2022. The following was intended to guarantee that the power of supply to the smelters, the 250 jobs that were lost in the smelters that closed down are now 80% reinstated, including temporary jobs. We are also happy to announce that the new BMW South Africa dealership along the route to Mall of the North, which will bring an investment of 100 million to the city and stimulate jobs. As I conclude, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the University of Limpopo for the contributing in the fostering technology transfer and innovation development. I wish the summit every success and its participants and a fruitful experience. I thank you on behalf of the city of Polokwane, Reaga Polokwane. Thanks.
I am running out of people to call. I will do it alone so that we do not run out of time. It's my first time. Like, pretend like you're doing it to me. We appreciate you. It's a good thing that the mayor entrusted you with this, and by-elections are gone, so sorry. The mayoral position is not available. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have been sitting for a while, but Jimmy keeps on asking for 5 more minutes, and yeah, no. Do you think you can squeeze one more presentation? Yes, no? For 5 minutes? Nah? Then we can all go and answer the call of nature into the stomach. Let me tell you who's coming next. Le buditse ka re le higher educators tša tšwa ko moletši ne re tla ba le jile by now. Jale le rata magoa Jimmy. Oh, sorry, dilo tša o tshwana le tša magoa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have Dr. Tibeila. Please come through, Dr. Tibeila Perpetua. Sorry. You know when you look at someone and you think, oh, they're the Tibeila. Dr. Perpetua Tibeila, she is the project leader for the Marula Wine African Indigenous Project. We were all hoping that this Marula wine, we shall have it in next to the centerpieces. Mara, hey, sisters, mara, after lunch. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I usually start with a smile. It helps just to calm me down a little bit. But also my talk is why you have glasses on the tables. It is common, it is fashionable in Europe to take wine while you wait for food, take wine while you eat, take wine after eating. So I hope you can take a bit of my talk as an imaginary wine that you can consume. How do I project? Oh, okay. I have 70 minutes. Thank you very much, Program Director. Marula wine is really quite popular, and in every language we have a name for it. And therefore, you can imagine how enterprising Marula wine is, and also just how rooted in culture it is. There's so many rituals around the wine. There's so many activities that are done in a traditional space that involve the wine. And there's also just a lot of claimed benefits for consuming the wine that are within the communities. I wish I had 70 minutes indeed to just take you through an entire profile of what the wine is famous for. I'm not supposed to move this hand. Okay, it's within the communities. But also it's one of those ones that provide income for people during the Marula fruiting season in January to April, wherein you go to Hoyando and it's buzzing, and there's beautiful African women, all of them just selling. And at that time, they know they can at least make something for their families. And so because of this just background within the communities, we took upon ourselves to study the wine. And I have a small schematic there just showing you, in case you might want to present, to prepare for yourself the traditional one, and just to show you how it's done. And that's me under that tree collecting fruits from the tree. And in general, we collect them, we clean out the kernels, we collect the pulp, we add water, and voila, you have that in the bottles, and this is what you find on the streets. This is what you find on the streets. There's nothing added to it. It's completely organic, and that is why it also has the health benefits that are claimed to and expressed within the communities as you go to that. But I will show you also in my presentation that this claimed benefits are actually scientifically backed. The question is now, why Marula? Interestingly, as I've already said, you go from the Bushbuck-Rich Belt all the way to KZN, you will find Marula being consumed during the Marula season. And therefore, that already tells you it is already in the market, because markets are represented by people. And if people are already using this wine, then it's a good one to exploit. We also have the raw materials readily available. You know, it's interesting, it's one of those fruits that you don't even have to go up the tree to pick up. The fruits fall off by themselves. And so the materials are readily available. In fact, I think a lot of the raw materials already available on the ground and in every community. You come to the University of Limpopo, we have more than 10 trees of this fruit. So the materials are readily available. And also our ability to get I wish I had 70 minutes in it, because then I would share the conversations we have heard with our community partners and the wealth of knowledge that they have on the plant and the fruits and the wine itself has allowed us to really learn an indigenous technology and bring it into our space and evolve it so that it can respond to the needs of our current market. However, the wine that they already have has limitations in terms of its availability, although it has quite a lot of benefits. The wine spoils very quickly, as the fruit spoils very quickly. 4 or 5 days, 8 days, and the wine is already rotten. So you must prepare it now and drink it before time, which means the benefits that come with the fruit are lost to us throughout the year. And this should not be good. Also, in preparing the wine, you should come to our lab, as when we prepare it, it's very labor intensive. And I need to say this, Gaspedi, so that you can understand. We sit there with forks and we are literally manually the fruits for the juice inside it. It's quite labor intensive. And we thought we need to find a technology that will help us do this much more quicker. And so that's where the R&D section comes in, and this is where we come in. I need to say that this is a project led by Professor Mohanedi, and she leads it with excellence. We want to, in the R&D space, we are trying to avoid the spoilage of the wine, meaning increasing the longevity of the wine so that it has long shelf life, and that we can enjoy the wine and the benefits of it throughout the year. And we wanted to also improve economic benefit, because if then it's available throughout the year, it can be sold throughout the year. And it can enter a proper space where they actually generates proper money and begins to, improve livelihoods of our community people. Do I still have 70 minutes? Part of the impact as well is, looking at the sustainability goals that have been set. We need to avert hunger. And if we are able to show within the research space and improve the quality of the wine, we can then put it and position it in a place where our people, one, are able to get a proper employment when industry adopts the technologies and begin to create a proper production space and a selling space. And also that we are able to kind of transfer the technology to the citizens of the place, interacting with them and showing them where the loopholes are within their technology, and bringing in constantly new knowledge into our technology and continuing to improve the technology. Therefore, I think I've mentioned some of the points that are here. And so now, I'm going to show you just briefly this beautiful team. And if you look carefully, I do appear somewhere there. This team was among the first people who started the project. And that one on the corner is Archie Piri. Archie Piri was one of the guys who started the basic research on the Marula project. He studied the microbiology, the organisms that make the wine, and wanted to see who are they, what do they do. Archie and Evelyn, actually, Maluleke, did that groundwork. I put the graphs there to calm my nerves down, so I'm not going to speak to them. But in brief, they show you the organisms that are in the wine as it ferments, and who they really are, the quantities of them, and all of that. This helped us so that we can then develop an inoculum-based Marula wine. And inoculum-based means now we intentionally put microorganisms into the juice so that we can recreate the wine, but with certain properties. And this is how we're able to create a consistent quality, because we know now what we are putting in, at what amounts, and what can it possibly do to the juice or to the mix that we are using. And believe you me, this wine has a long shelf life now. We also decided, because the market would not want a wine that tastes exactly the same way, that is of the same style, we experimented with dry and sweet wines, so that for those who like it sweet, they would have their own variation, and those who love it dry can have their own variation. And this team here, there's a guy there that you probably will see later, has experimented with the dry and to sweet wine variations. And they've done this through a technology that we've developed, varying certain parameters in the lab, in particular temperature. This, ladies and gentlemen, is part of our experimental process, which we use to really kind of extra dry wine in these glasses that you see below. And we had made a testing within the community last year, just to get how far the wine and how it actually is doing now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, note that this wine, as beautiful as it looks, really has retained the African flavor. It has retained the African flavor, and that is what we are proud of, to be able to keep forward and push forward the real indigenous traditional taste of the wine and keep the culture going. I studied, it is me, believe it or not, I studied the health, nutritional properties, and this is what I said I will speak to a little bit later. I would go at length with this, it's my baby. But the truth of the matter is, when we studied the wine, the original wine, the one on the street, we wanted to find out what it has, those properties that are claimed within the community, and we found it is antibacterial, it is antioxidant, the famous one. It has quite several activities, biological activities, that really should give impetus to anybody who's not been consuming it, to start consuming it. Because what if it provides you with actually, it is a claimed effect of the wine that it makes the bedroom politics very favorable. And believe me, we will undertake that experiment and provide you with feedback at a later talk. But definitely, I can assure you, it is both nutritional and it is medicinal, and also it does not have the fattening effect. Let it very airbag. So those who drink, I will not mention what. Ladies and gentlemen, the derived benefits of this research is that, of course, then other people know they can explore other trees that are indigenous to us, that it can be done. Also, we throughout the processes, we've been able to, as a benefit, derive yeasts that are from the wild species, yeasts that we can further develop for other fermentation processes elsewhere. This is a potential, really good business space, actually. Also, please note that Marula wine is not just recreational, it is functional, meaning it is able to also feed you. If you're ever hungry and you're at Vembe, drink Marula wine. As I've already said, and I will not repeat myself a lot, the wine will be commercialization ready because we have already created the variations that will respond to even the different people within the market and allow them to enjoy the flavor, yet at the taste that they prefer. As wine connoisseurs, yeah, I see that one there. As wine connoisseurs, we will be glad to really enjoy this kind of wine in the future, somewhere in our sitting. I do not want to repeat these things that are here because I've already mentioned them. And the program director is next to me. Thank you very much to the sponsors and to the team.
A lot of people would agree with me, you get half a hand clap because there's no product to taste. Yeah, that's the thing. Where's the non-panya-panying camera? I know there's quite a number of people that had come here just to get to know about you. So, but tell me, before we go, what is it that you require now to commercialize?
We have to upscale. And I believe there are already quite a lot of intense talks with DSI and TI on the funding that would be required to help us upscale. But believe you me, we would welcome any other company that would give us money so that we can make this process.
How much do you need?
Let me just say a few millions, because I know industry is generous.
How many jobs can you create?
At least it can definitely create mine.
Mine too.
But hopefully quite a lot. I do not have those kind of projections.
That's okay. What kind of skills do you need in the agricultural space to make it work?
Well, as you can understand, if we start commercializing and upscaling, we cannot spend all the marula fruits that are already available naturally. And so we would have to develop orchards. And this is where agriculture comes in.
Marula.
Yeah, this marula has been taken to Israel and now they have their own orchards, and it does not naturally grow there. So they had to kind of develop a technology to grow it there so that they enjoy it.
So what's the strategy of going to get more marula go the community?
I almost said something I shouldn't say, but in general, and as we do already now, we have community members helping us, and because they would know the type of trees and their production rates and how well they produce fruits. They usually help us collect, and we do well to compensate them.
How are you dealing with the question that wine comes from grapes and yours are hard grapes? They are not grapes.
I usually don't get that question, but I got it now. So, because really wine is not the fermentation of grapes, it's really just the fermentation of fruits, of sugars, actually. It's a fermentation of sugars. If we had time, we would ferment our table sugar.
You agree with me that we are the solutions and the steering zeridinyaka?
Absolutely. Look at me. Just kidding.
Here's what I'm trying to drive at. Those that came before us and were smarter to talk about commercialization, IP, and all that, they told us that wine can only come from grapes because they never met you. Yeah?
Absolutely.
They also told us that moringa is not so good for us. They also told us a whole lot of things. Now, I'm saying to the room here, we are the ones that we require to start changing these things and question this kind of stuff. What do you mean, Marula, wine can only be from tree? Now you are sitting with a dilemma, Yauri. What do you call yourself? Marula juice, Marula lakwa, Marula mkumbi. Do you get what I'm saying? So to all my TTOs, and this is what Professor Singh and Joanna are talking about, that there is a need for a much more deeper... thank you. I don't want you to upscale me. The food is almost ready, but let me drive this point home. There is a need for us to stand up and have conversations that will drive a new narrative. Conversations that are not based on the perpetuation of what we found when we took up those offices. With the ULTTO office, we are also talking to the Univen office to try and find ways to collaborate. Because this thing, Yamurula, for example, is here, Molimpopo. And if we could collaborate, therefore what Mr. Jeleni was saying, we do not have to have one company sponsoring this one and not that other one, But if we collaborate, therefore we find sponsorship, and then the sponsorship covers all the industries within that particular sector, all the projects within that particular area. And this is the kind of stuff that we're saying, which he spoke about, Jelen, that MOUs are sitting for years on end, unsigned. And you ask yourself why? Purely because asirna mahua ke re tlisitseng ntwe. Mara ha o ka tla le go ene ke bulela ka Sepedi ka hore batho ba bantsho re sana le bothata. As much as re dutse ka ra di office tša maleba tša hore re kgone ho signa, re sa botsisha di questions tsa ho se re selo. Sorry, Professor Singh, I know you can hear me. We are still being restricted by the same things that we found, and so scared and so timid for us to break the barriers. We keep on talking about the ceiling. The biggest ceiling is ourselves. The biggest ceiling is, what if I sign an MOU to and disappoint? What if you patented the name wine and then Madame a developer, something that is way beyond? You've restricted them, you've killed them. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm about to cry because how now wine. But I am very certain that there shall be wine later in the afternoon. So please don't go. Immediately after this lunch. And during the course of lunch, we shall be serenaded by some bass guitar and some lead guitar and something along those lines. And I'm sure haunama piano because hey, so now this is how it's going to happen. The ladies, just these two, not the other, sorry. So he's a man, sorry. They are going to come and pick each and every single one of you, indicate which table can go and get some food so that there can be some bit of order and it will move slightly quicker. And between now and then, It's 1:53. We shall come here at 2 o'clock so that we can then continue.
research? Or is it a matter of underutilization of those incentives which are already there? Or maybe both? Over to you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Brian. And I think, when I come to these engagements, I always ask myself, what am I bringing into the cohort? And I like the question that you're asking, because on your comments, you did mention that government is not supposed to establish the jobs, right? Or create these jobs. But what we do as government is to create an environment that is conducive for these jobs to be created. So it means we'll support industry itself, and then we'll support entrepreneurship itself. And how we do that is through regulatory, through incentives. Now, to answer your question directly, I don't even think it's underutilization of incentives, but it's the understanding of what the incentives are trying to achieve, right? One of the things you said when you did your opening remarks was to say how MIT has churned revenue from R&D, but that's through the creation of enterprises. One of our major strategies in the country was to support small businesses and entrepreneurship. And you will know about the creation of the Department of Small Business Development. That was to fast track the economic development through small businesses. And I think what tentatively happened in South Africa is that, when somebody talks about small businesses, we usually think of them as the ones that, making creams, the juices, or just small in that sense. Whereas from university research, we want to start seeing small businesses that are high revenue and then that are high intensive in terms of their output. And one example that I've seen when I went to Grenoble in France one time, in the passages, a professor was already importing carbon nanotubes to South Africa. And we wanted to get a hold of that company maybe so that we can, distribute in the country. And you find that there are very niche partnerships within the small business that was run from the university equipment and the university. Now we need to start think more that way around partnerships, because sometimes I feel like when we talk partnerships, our understanding of what partnerships can do for us are very limited. Is the university able to trust a researcher to run a business from that instrument such that then they can teach and then they can generate revenue? That's one. But secondly, more and more universities are asked to do more within the socio-economic development. Now, if you are starting to talk about research, he did indicate earlier that you need to be doing research that talks to your community, right? And for me, it will be like, before you even go to the lab, do you know who will be the consumer of that technology after you've developed it? Because developing it all the way and say, now I'm looking for somebody who's gonna take up this is very dangerous. You'll find that it's misaligned, it's not easily adaptable to the current situation or to even the client that you have identified. So, Brian, I don't think we always say, even with us in government, we don't exhaust our budgets. That's the truth. When we talk about THRIP, we talk about SPI, we talk about critical infrastructure program, MSEP, agro-processing incentives. We usually take budgets back, but it's more who comes to seek this incentive and do they understand what we need as a department for them to be funded. For instance, one of the things, we don't fund a university. For you to be able to get any funding from the DTIC, you need to be a PTI. We fund enterprises such that then at the end of our funding, we can ask you where are the jobs, we can ask you where are the exports, we can ask you where are the new products that you promised. If you intend to create new industries, we can ask you that at the end of our funding. I think I'll end it there.
Right. Thanks. Perhaps last on that point, before I give the mic to Thabo, you made a sober reflection regarding the fact that the issue is less about underutilization, for example, of incentives, but more how they are communicated. Now, so clearly, maybe the vector should be pointing at self here to say, are we doing enough to communicate these incentives to those who are meant to benefit from them? But I want to complicate your life a bit and add trust. We come from a context which has been polarized from an industrialization standpoint. How much does trust play a role in your experience?
Trust between whom?
So we've got capital, and we've got industrialization, which is largely in white hands. And we've got government and policy owned by black heads. Right there.
Okay.
Right.
I hear you. Yeah. Fortunately, Brian, I'm not one to shun away from the truth. So you're right. Trust plays a very big role, because maybe for me to answer this question correctly is to just go back to pre-2007, I think, when the small business law was being passed, or the legislative to support small business. The chief economist of the DTI at the time had done a study to ask, who is industry in South Africa? Right? Can anyone answer? Who is industry in South Africa? You'll find 9 out of 10 times is multinational corporates that tentatively will come in, just create jobs because they need production, but things like R&D and revenues that needs to accrue don't accrue to the country, right? And what we do as government, we then put like a whip to say, if you are going to be getting either maybe government contracts, then you need to impart so much CSI or enterprise development or things like that. And you find that because of the lack of trust, these cooperatives are going to do the bare minimum. And it becomes a tick box exercise. One example is CSI. CSI is well intended, but if you look at the outputs of the CSI by these corporates, sometimes it's training. They just do easy things, training, and even if we try and do supply chain and things like that, eventually there's very little traction from those. So you're right, trust plays a very big role, but I think also it starts at home. For us to be able to trust one another, that we can hold each other accountable, we can hold each other by hand, and then deliver on what we each promised. I think if it starts with us, also with government as well. I mean, one of the things we're doing, working hard within the DTIC, is to be accountable with the incentives, especially to the people who come to our doors. Because in the past, we haven't been, will take 6 months, 8 months for somebody to get a response from us. But more and more, we are out there, we are saying we are here, what is it that you need, how can we help you, and we're trying to circumvent that cycle. So trust is very important. Thank you for that question.
No, thanks. You see, the ultimate truth is that if you look at our South African macroeconomic picture, we have a lot of multinationals that set up sales offices in the country. And Unilever is not about to move R&D to Durban because they've got a sales office here. Microsoft isn't about to do the same. Now that is just the nature of the reality we are dealing with. So therefore, what that tells us is that we actually must be very intentional about who we appeal to. And Thabo, This is your preamble. If I'm industry and I'm not Microsoft, I'm not just here to do sales, and I'm not Unilever. Do I understand how to work with you?
I think, industry, for example, let's say if you are Microsoft. Microsoft is constantly doing other stuff. And you as an institution, for example, you must have the necessary attracting mechanisms to attract it to you. And if we are honest with each other, sitting here, big industry would usually go to certain universities and not go to other universities because of the kind of research that is conducted in that particular institution. And they are selected in that way. Money goes to where money is. And that also on its own tells us that, as previously disadvantaged universities, we must up our game in the sense that we must attract the best academics to start with that will do the kind of research that we want the institution to do. And by that itself, you will attract who will be industry partners that will want to partner with you. So it's a systems approach more in terms of what an institution should do internally to also attract who would be industrial partners. I hope I answered you.
Sure, please proceed. No?
Can I just challenge you there, Tabo, to say maybe there is validity in multinationals or these big corps will go to universities where there is money, right? There's some truth to that. But I think also the big thing is response times, is delivery. So as a university, one of the things that you need to do is that if you get contracts like that, if you manage to get somebody on the door, respond at there. So it's not worthy for, let's say, Sasol. I mean, even Sasol and ESCOM, they used to have research groups in previously disadvantaged universities. But what has that, gained them at the end of the day? So I think also we have to tell ourselves the truth and say, are we responsive to their needs? Because they can't come and say, actually right now, just to make an example that is very practical, the grid is about to collapse. Who is doing what about that? And it's an immediate solution. It's something that somebody can take up, talk to it now, and say, this is how we really build multiple entries to our grid, for instance.
Maybe to just,
okay.
When I was saying it's a systems problem, it means all the way, it could be, we are saying responses to things. Responses could be, how long does it take to process a payment, for example? If a researcher wants reagents and things, how long does it take to do that? So it's a system thing that mostly we fail as previously disadvantaged universities to do that. And it's a systems approach that we need to put in place so that we can also be at our A game and also compete with the previously advantaged universities.
Right, thanks. So I'm gonna put to you as panelist the last question for our session. And I would like for you to reflect on it quite a bit. To what extent should our universities play a role in enterprise development? And by extension, you can focus more on the fact that government in this country is the biggest buyer. And are they practicing what they are preaching? Do we have government that is taking enough risk to source from entrepreneurs, or do we still have government that wants somebody with 10-year track record before they can buy in the procurement policies? Carlo, let me kick off with you. Before you push commercialization to anybody, does you all believe in enterprise development where you must capacitate people that have just started?
We do, and in the morning I talked about the unique situation that we find ourselves in the office that I'm in. It's a technology transfer office and also it's a digital hub. And for that reason is that, we don't just work with researchers, but we also work with SMMEs. And SMMEs is not only your SMMEs that are outside of campus. We also work with student-entrepreneurs internally. So what we do, even now, 2 weeks ago, we were busy incubating some of our own students within the university into the digital hub. These are your computer science students, and we are encouraging that, you know what, we are tired of buying or licensing platforms that can do certain things within the university. So we are incubating them with the precise intention that by the time they graduate, they have companies that are registered, and by the time they graduate, they've already had licenses, probably within the university itself, for platforms that they've created from their studies. So that's our intervention as well as a SUL.
All right, thanks. I must say I appreciate the passion there. Taram, I've been speaking to you a few times. Just your experience on how your CETA plays a role in enterprise development.
Okay, before I go there, in fact, I'd like to give context in this situation where we have a problem. So the challenge in terms of commercializing the research is that the organizational culture or the missions of the academia as well as the institutions or industry are quite different, in a sense that one generates the knowledge and disseminates it, whereas the other one applies the knowledge and then commercialize it. So what we need to do as institutions or universities is that we just need to move or change the mindset from just conducting research and then disseminating it or sharing it. We need to now start at least applying this knowledge or this ideology of commercializing the research that we actually produce as institutions of higher learning. And so the CETA, what the CETA has done, in fact, in all of its program basically, is that we've moved away from it's actually practiced in the UK, in fact, where universities are now introducing, I think the lady over here did indicate where we need to introduce entrepreneurial modules, or at least prepare them, have an aspect of entrepreneurship, as well as also plan on the output, or at least the end product. What then, when you train them to be entrepreneurs, how are they going to be funding, how are the projects going to be funded? We need to create a pipeline, and that's it. Work with various stakeholders, CEDAs, CFAs, and all of that stuff. We bring them together so that they can be able to finance these projects or these innovations that may emerge as well. But also us as the CETAs, we do fund these kind of projects that speak to what you call it, societal issues, or even these innovations that may come by. So I think the parting shot, at least my parting shot, is enterprise development. Enterprise development. So we do have a funding model in that sense, where we actually say, let's encourage people to actually be entrepreneurs, basically. So we fund it, we work with NYDA as well as JEP in Gauteng, where they come into the universities and say, okay, if you are developing an enterprise, this is where we're going to fund you and all of that stuff. So those are some of the interventions that we at least have at the CETA. But also, let me just, before I conclude, we have adopted a very unique approach in terms of our 4IR research chairs. They're informed by 3 pillars. One is research, and the other one is innovation, and the other one is capacity building. So we build the capacity through these specific projects that we allocate in our research chairs. We give them real-life projects that speak to societal issues or even company issues that we may face as well. So those are some of the interventions that we do as a CETA, at least from that perspective.
Right. Thanks, Taban. Nunton, you will have the last word. Are you making it easy?
Yeah, I am. Okay. So I think the question you asked around entrepreneurship, I want to say, yes, we are all full force in supporting universities, incubators, accelerators, everyone that's in the business of, growing as enterprises or entrepreneurs. We are there, we are supporting. And there's a new also term that I've sort of coined for universities to start thinking about is to produce postgraduates. I say, guys, produce postgraduates. The establishment of TTO offices is such that there's ease of that research to be translated or to be exploited. That's one. But we are seeing an evolution of enterprises within universities that support enterprise development and even in localities. So at the end of the day, for me, I feel like you shouldn't be producing graduates that say, I'm looking for a job. You should be producing graduates that say, I'm creating jobs at the end of their studies, right? That's one. But the second part of your question was talking about a government that is responsive to the technologies or to the products that are being produced by these entrepreneurs. I will say, Brian, it's moving at a very slow pace, but work is being done. One, we are aware that as government we have the buying power. We have managed to change the legislation with the procurement policy to include new technologies that we have developed. I think right now we are at a place where we are lobbying. When one has a technology like health or agri, whatever that is sensitive or adequate for a specific business, like right now we are working with Gibela and Prasa, just to make sure that the technologies that are being developed around energy storage that they might need could be absorbed by them immediately, you know. So it's work in progress, but I think the more you bring them to us and say, I have a health solution and diagnostic tool that I need the Department of Health to look at. Use every department that you have at your disposal to talk to somebody at health so that that can be procured. Because now, even SARS, what is it, National Treasury or SARS that manages the procurement bill, was even saying it's not even the bill itself that's limiting, but it's the practice of the bill by government officials that is limited. So we need also to work in changing that mindset, because the bill is not limiting, but how we implement it and how we draft our own bills as departments. For instance, Tabam, in the university, who do you procure the soaps for the bathroom from? You know, it's those simple things, because in the province, you might have an incubator that has an entrepreneur that produces soap. Why are you not, as a university, procuring from them? Now, it's a challenge for all of us, government as well, university as well, but this is the mindset that we all have to change.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all that we have time for. So I'm going to hand back the reins to our flamboyant program director. Over to you, sir.
Hey guys, this was one of the best panel session in a while, yeah? Engaging. I'm sure you want us to give them more time. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel, please, thank you very much, Osman Tobi. Please don't go. Need to give you something to declare. Because government, all feelings. Please do come through. Sorry, I have never, I had to ask a man of your caliber so many times to stand up. My apologies. Please come through. Officially move, I had to take off my jacket. There's no in time to move. This was done deliberately, and there's a young man in 2011 who decided that this panel, as engaging as it was, it should be in the afternoon so that it doesn't become a gravesite, a graveyard shift. So that was amazing. Lina myself, I was like, hey, serious, next time it's all so much. What's up, woman? Hey, you're deep, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Now, I'm going to quickly run through this now. I'm going to ask some of our researchers that are going to showcase their work The first, we've done the Marula bit. We're going to go to Louis in this order. And I'm going to ask them to come and sit here in front because I want somebody to start to threaten them. You know, but let me just ask Jimmy something. Okay, cool. Well, yes, the networking session is about to happen very, very soon. So that's the most exciting part. So therefore, I am going to ask the following three people to come and sit here in front and present one after the other. And then immediately after that, I'm going to open the floor for questions across the board. Because I know what you've been dying to engage and also to introduce yourself. So without much waste of time, I'm going to ask Mr. Louis Ramoga, please do come through. Professor Mashela, Katu Mashela, sounds like Katu Mashela. Sounds Professor Katu Mashela, please do come through. Professor Kwena Mudibane, please do come through. So we're going to start with, where's Kwena? Oh. Okay, you're going to be the first one. You can only guess what he's about to present.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Of course, so it is very difficult to speak at this time, especially after you had a wonderful lunch and it was a very long day. And then there are a lot of things that have been said, very exciting stuff. And you can imagine where you are sitting, your mind, your brain is trying to digest the data or the information that was said. And also your stomach is busy digesting at the same time, so it becomes very, very, very difficult. So I'm going to talk about beverage. So it's beer, microbrew. So we are producing what we call craft brewing. And I know, and then that is why I chose to present this work, because at Limpopo, I'm quite certain that a lot of people, they don't understand what is microbrewing and what is craft brewing. And then craft brewing, it is buzzing all over the world. You check United States, Germany, all those big beer brewing industry is so buzzing in such a way that you know, we just have to appreciate. And the good thing is that we are seeing new trends. We are seeing, excitement now in South Africa that is happening. So if you are looking at the picture in front of you, for sure some of you are wondering what kind of beers are these. Some look like a juice, like some black or different colors, because we are used to, the light beers and all that. But however, let me go deep, start explaining what is microbrewing. So, some years back, it was defined as looking at the quantity of the beer that is being produced. So, if you check on your far left, there's this brewery there, the microbrewery. It's just a smaller machine that most of the people they will have in their garage producing around 50 liters of beer that they want, that they share with friends, family, or whoever. So not much of the profit that can be made there. And then you look at this picture here. This is what we normally see now in South Africa. So most of the people or smaller industries, they started buying this kind of brewing equipment or system that can produce at least 1,000 liters per day or so. And then you saw the first picture that we have different beers. So now if you go to a bar and you want to buy a black label, this kind of a beer that tastes like this and this and this, it should not be dark, maybe it can be dark. It doesn't make sense because that person grew up drinking a Heineken. It doesn't make sense. So in South Africa, SAB has been dominating industrially. So microbrewing is just a thing of today. So, and then hence there are some beers, lagers, pilsners, they are the most consumed. And then if you go to America, there are new brands. There's a beer called IPA. It's, everybody's drinking that beer in America. Some of the ales, they are consumed a lot. So, I wonder, but I got the we are sitting, we are number country of drink, and we are also, I think, the first in Africa, followed by Ethiopia. And the thing that I like about Ethiopia is that most of the beers that they are drinking, they are brewed from their indigenous raw materials. So there's a beer called Teda and also Tesh. So those guys, they love that beer. So it is buzzing in Ethiopia, while we abandoned our traditional beers like Mtomboti, like Marula, Mohobi. So you just drive past it. But if it is Ethiopia, once they see it, they make sure that they buy it all. So however, we are happy because now the industry of craft brewing, it is really growing. So if I remember very well, maybe around Western Cape, they have almost 20 microbreweries, different microbreweries. And then Eastern Cape, the likes of KZN, they also Victoria, we have 17 and all that. But my focus is here. This is where we are, and then among the youth. So in Limpopo, we have one microbrewery that is situated in Zaneni at Mahoba's Roof. So this tells that we are not doing enough. Oh, my time is almost up. Oh, all right. Let me read that. Okay, fine. So which means, fast forward, we should be doing enough to make sure that we improve that. And then it is partly because we have a lot of abundance of raw materials like millet and all that. We decided that the study that we should be doing, or the product that of our interest, should be beer, but not only
warming, and they had to be suspended from the agrochemical markets. The systemic nematicides, they killed many people because the chemicals are absorbed by the plants, and there were lots and lots of chemical residues in the plant produce. All of them have been removed from the chemical markets from 2005. And from that 2005, the crop losses that we have due to nematodes, 157 billion. It was 3 years before the withdrawal, and 8 years after the withdrawal, about 175 billion US dollars of crop losses due to nematodes. We have developed the alternatives to the withdrawn products, and these alternatives are from local plants. This plant here is Munyaku. You may know Munyaku and Machacha. We are using the fruits from Munyaku to manage nematode population densities. This, our approach here, is to look at the product, the nematode itself, and the plant, which, including the environment, which is a complex issue. It's a complex issue. We need to look at the plant, whether the product will be absorbed and has chemical residues, and also whether the product will have an effect on the environment. Here are the fruits that we use. The one that is Munyaku, is the fruit of Munyaku, and the one green is Muchacha, Cucumis africanus. Here is our micro plant, and this I need to indicate it was funded by the Agricultural Research Council. Now, here is our approach, and this is where our IP is. The dosage model, we have IP phase 1, and if you ask a person to come and write the IP for you, if these people are not in nematology, they will not be able to do it. Here is the dosage model that we have developed using a computer-based model, algorithm model, and I'm not going to bother you to go through the model. And here are the active ingredients. The active ingredients, cucurbitacin A and cucurbitacin B, and you can see that we had to have partners to help us to develop these structures. And phase 2 of the IP is the interaction between the nematode and the cucurbitacin phytonematicide. We were able to explain this, and the product, what it does, it kills the nematode by destroying the cuticle, destroying the proteins in the cuticle. We also looked at the shelf life of the product, and we found that it ranged from 35 to 825 weeks. The last one, which is approximately 16 years. Only the active ingredient. I'm not talking about the product, the active ingredient of the product. And the improvement in shelf life, we found that it was conferred by a bacterium called Lactobacillus species. And here are the products that we are having. We are having actually 4 protocols, manual products, which are in granular format and which are in liquid format. The ones in granular format are applied mainly by the smallholder farmers, and the one in liquid formulations are applied by commercial farmers, so what we call botinemagation. The funders who took a risk, a major risk, to fund the development of these products had been the land bank through the land bank chair at the University of Limpopo, the Agricultural Research Council, and a consortium of universities in Belgium under the name of FLEE. If you ask me, where do we want to go now? We have the prototypes now.
Okay.
We want to upscale them.
Okay. How much money do you need?
We need money. We want to upscale them. We really need money. You can see this land bank ARC FLEE, just to develop the prototype. They gave us over 4 million to develop the prototype. But most of the research went to what student training. What we need now, around 10 million.
The next question is, what do you need to do with the 10 million? Okay, that's good. While Jimmy is coming through to sort it out. So it's very interesting, and to my colleagues at the TTO, both at UL and at Unimed, there's a lot of IP that is being flighted on the slides there. So we need to start moving to a point where people give us 3 slides and say, this is who I am, this is what I found as a challenge, and this is what I developed as a solution, and this is where my challenges are, this is where I want to go. I understand. And I know it's a lot of work that you would have done for 3 years and more to get to 20 slides. I understand. But I'm telling you, as much as you are about to stand between people and beer and wine, people will get bored if you go beyond 5 slides. He's got a problem. But here's the thing, the truth that people would not tell you, because we are nice to each other, is that people want to hear, we go straight to the point. And to be very honest, we like what Brian was saying earlier on, we do not have a lot of industries in this particular hall, purely because they are used to 20, 30 slides from academia, which turns them off. You might not like me right now. I might not be speaking the language of researchers, but I'm speaking from a private sector's perspective. That's it. That's it, my brother. That's it. Go on.
Okay, afternoon, everyone. Yeah, myself, I'm Desmond. Yeah, I'm the product of these 4 universities, but originally from the University of Limpopo. I'm back home. Yes, at the University of Limpopo, we are under Nanotechnology Research Group, which we formed when I joined them, 2014, 2018, yes. Yeah. Therefore, but our main focus, it was on developing the students and then trying, normally, I'm not saying chemistry department was not doing very well, but we wanted to uplift the departments. So, yes. When we started, it was very difficult to get a single paper, very hard. We're not even having money. But through NRF to bigger grants, we managed to get something. And then Sasso and Zalo was sponsoring our students. But now we can say we're on the rate of producing 15 to 20 papers per year. So our main focus was on green technology. So we're trying to look at water treatment, hydrogen economy, of the PTMs. So on the PTMs, so we saw that particularly in Limpopo we have industrial, the mines are there, but their waste is going to our people community. Therefore, we're trying to treat the water as well as recovering those PGMs. So yeah, in this project it was like just having PhD students. We give them this type of project, but the results they were amazing. So this is what we have been doing under water treatment. On solar cell also, yes, we have enough sun radiation in Limpopo. Therefore, we're trying to harvest those sun radiation into energy. So at the current, the market is on titanium-based, and now we know that the titanium-based is not that efficient. So we try to come with some of the material that can compete with titanium-based solar cells. On supercaps, since we're producing energy, therefore we're trying to store this type of energy on the bay. Supercaps are like sort of batteries. So they can store the energy and release the energy. Therefore, we're working on different materials to improve on the supercaps. On hydrogen economy, yeah, This we started a long time ago, but here in South Africa, people they just started knowing it last year when during the president's State of National Address. So why hydrogen? Yeah, we noticed that we can use hydrogen as an energy carrier. It can compete with the current gasoline. So the nice part about the hydrogen, only 4 kilograms of hydrogen, it can travel 400 meter distance, 400 kilometer distance, which is like from here almost to Joburg, or when you go to Val. So, but the problem is, where can we store this hydrogen? Where can we get the hydrogen? The challenging problem is on the hydrogen production and the storage. So this is the whole hydrogen economy. So the main challenge is on the hydrogen production and storage. So on the fuel cell, yes, we know that 4 kilograms of hydrogen, we can travel 400 kilometer distance, so which is way better than gasoline. We're using now 25 liters of gasoline. So the challenges here, as on the materials, so there have been different materials have been reported that they can produce or store the hydrogen, but they're still working, they have some setbacks. So myself, who are focusing on the natural organic frameworks, the MOFs, yeah, it shows that yes, it can store the hydrogen, it can work as electrocatalyst to produce the hydrogen, irreversible, which is nice, but it works at a lower temperature, hence I would call it. Lower temperature, we have to couple with liquid nitrogen in order for it to store the hydrogen. So we're working on improving that. So I'm not going to talk about what is MOF because there's a lot of chemistry in it. Let me jump the slide. The synthesis. Yes. Using this material on water treatment, as I said, it was an honor PhD project. So what we did, we saw that we can prepare the material, sort of the ion printing, so that it can recognize a type of the species that we want. So here we prepared material to recognize palladium, ruthenium, and platinum. So we can recover them from the waste. So these are just the results. I'm not going to talk about the results. So, but anyway, it shows the material is very good in terms of removing those PGMs. And then in terms of removal efficiency, it's almost 80%, which is good. Supercaps, yes. We also prepared the material to be used on energy storage. These are some of the results. So it can absorb that energy and then can release the energy nicely. So it can be used on our normal cells. You do have batteries in your cells. Therefore, we can use this type of material on cell phones. And then this is on the solar cells. We built a prototype solar cells to see whether can we get the energy. So yeah, we saw the material. Only compared to the one we put it in the refrigerator, so we were very happy because it can produce much of energy. Yeah, this is on the hydrogen. So in most cases, I have many students on the hydrogen because it's my field. I enjoy it. Yeah, on the hydrogen, yes, we master it in the University of Limpopo. I think we have around 40 publications on hydrogens, so productions. So we wanted to reach the market that, yeah, we can produce this hydrogen. We prepare different types of materials. Yes, through photocatalytic. So we just shine the light and then the material, a semiconductor will just produce the material, the hydrogen from water. We are splitting the water, which is good. So what we have here is just a photoreactor there at the corner. Yes, you can point. It's a photoreactor. So inside there is where our reaction is taking place. Therefore, here is just a water displacement. So if we produce the hydrogen will go through this water. We can see some gas. So the challenges that we're having, we want to pressurize, to compress that hydrogen gas. Because the government wants the product, they want to see it. But in terms of experiment, it shows that we produce enough of hydrogen here. So we try different materials. Can I play the video? How to play the video? Can you see Yeah, this is just a proof of concept that we do produce the gas. So we can see inside that measures liters of water, but once the gas is being produced, therefore you see some bubbles going up. This is hydrogen gas. And then in order to confirm whether we are not producing other gases, we use this technology called pop test. So hydrogen is flammable. So once we put the light, therefore it's going to give us the sound. So in conclusion, yes, we're trying our level best because this is the PhD work. So in order for the thesis to go through in their papers, therefore we put professional patents and then we manage to submit the graduate. So the challenge now is to come with a prototype. We want the product in hands. We can see that we produce the hydrogen, want to capture the hydrogen, and then want to sell. And then in terms of materials, the main approach, the people, they want us to prepare this MOF material because they can be used for many, many applications. So now we're trying to negotiate with them. How can we reach the market in terms of just supplying the material to them? Now, this is the teams. They have been guiding me through, even when we get another chair. So these guys get really good. From when I was doing the PhD, my promoter, yeah, he has been my friend, my mentor from 2007. So we're still together. And then this is the research team at UL, and then here are the collaborators from other universities. So these are the people. Financially, NRF has been there for us. It has been supporting all our students, the PhD students. So they have been doing very well. So other institutes, we send our material for characterization in those universities. Through collaboration is possible.
Thank you very much. I must tell you, I'm like a child in a candy shop. I have never had so many ideas at the same time. So my mind is flooding. So this is exciting. So here's what we're gonna do. Not now, but after this and beyond, we're gonna come to all of you and ask so that we can be able to pick up all of this one by one pager, and we're then gonna publish them on some of our publications that are being read by people that are looking for innovations. How's that? Yeah? That would work? Thank you. Yeah, because telling Cherry, they're exciting, but that's all you need. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. A round of applause to our technology developers, and Professor is going to come and do what he's been doing the whole day. Please do stand up and acknowledge. Thank you very much, Prof. So thank you very, very, very much. May God bless you. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for a wonderful day. It has been amazing, a lot more eye-opening, a lot more exciting, a lot of lessons that we have learned. Just a second. So it has been a very interesting day. I know the team at the TTO office has been working very hard. When I joined them, it even became harder, and we all want to go home and rest. So we would really love to close these sessions. Dr. Nora Clark, unfortunately, she couldn't be with us any longer, and Jimmy is trying to give me the apology letter here, and I wonder, unless if it's got some directions of where to make some more money, it might just not be. Let me read this. Dear Professor Singh, colleagues at the University of Limpopo, and esteemed guests, Please do tell me if I've got a radio voice just now.
Congratulations on this pioneering and successful Research Commercialization Summit, a visible demonstration of the success of your institution in positioning itself as an entrepreneurial university, while actively contributing to the economic development of the region. What is particularly noteworthy is that growing role of your technology transfer office and its positioning as an economic activation office.
Hi. Thank you for leading the way in how rural-based universities could approach the commercialization of research and entrepreneurship in the development. We wish you well in your continued high-impact work and remain committed in our support. Sincerely, Dr. Nora Clark. One thing that is certain is that I don't have a radio voice. No. I had to breathe in to get that voice. Man, I tell you, it gets deeper in the morning, as like, you know. Yeah. So I'm going to ask Professor Ompimetis Banda to come and give the closing remarks. Immediately when he finishes, I'll ask Professor Singh to join him on stage for something that they need to declare. I'm not even going to get off stage, Prof.
You said closing remarks. It is closed. Good afternoon to us, good evening, and thank you very much. Let me just say quickly, I want to make another speech. Today we talked about exploitation and commercialization. And my concern, or should I say, we didn't get the opportunity to ask questions to the presenters. But what I'm saying is that you are saying you must go to the communities. Please always remember that our communities are sites of knowledge, not objects of your knowledge. And by that then I say to those that are even here for government or institutions to say, looking for protection of communities as we go through commercializing this or this particular products. You know, the US will use 301, Section 301 of the Trade Act to protect their people or IP producers. When you go to Canada, biopharmaceutical products are not protected. You don't recognize their protection. And then we're talking about other products that are South African. We must also start considering geographical indicators for those to protect them. Otherwise, and everything right in South Africa, that particular product that we're talking about the nematodes, I thought we were talking about frogs. But with that said, all our funders, all the speakers, everybody who attended, all colleagues from the university, managers, the media from the university, we are also big at training the media at the university. Our vice principal in absentia, Professor Mukhalong, and then Professor Singh, thank you very much. This is officially closed, but only after we have received our goodies. Thank you very much.
I like a man with humor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Singh, it's good to have you here. I get to give you the gifts, and Dadeta will please come through and hand over the gifts to our esteemed executives of the University of Limpopo, and I'll be the third executive. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please just, no, you don't have to sit down. I'm going to ask the data to give some announcements of very exciting things. As we told you from the beginning, this is the inaugural, meaning, like some of us who were passing speed in this event, inaugural means it's the first one. So he's going to announce the way forward and some of the things that are going to happen. The data will over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues and our esteemed guests, and thank you for availing yourself to this inaugural, is it? I don't know if the English is correct. Yamatomotomo. You know, as the day was progressing, one tries to think of what can we do for next year. So we are pleased to announce that next year we are going to be working with 3 universities from around this area. So we're working with the University of Venda to start with. I was talking with my colleagues. We are also going to be working with the University of Mpumalanga. And in this way, we want to, you know, come together and try to see how we can salvage the opportunity of bringing together 3 universities and probably research groups probably from that initiative, and also, you know, amass industry to come towards us and see to it that, you know, we can uplift the province to start with, you know, and, you know, and also society that we as a university are working around. You know, it will be a pleasure one day for me in particular to one day see our technology impacting our immediate surrounding areas like Mamudintana. I always talk about Mamudintana because I pass that area a lot and I see the challenges that some of the people they face. Hamakanya, for example, I know that there's no sewage system that is running that side. So we need, you know, to engage with local municipalities as well, to bring them also close to us so that as a university we can find solutions for our communities. Thank you very much, and I hope you do enjoy the rest of the day, and there will be some refreshments and a networking session that will continue after this. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. It has been a pleasure to, there is 5 hands or 5 fingers, but it has been a pleasure to host this.